Ethereum world with DeFi, right? But in case we are talking about money and central banks of the past, then the ECB and the Fed and other central banks around, they are simply operating their silo, and they don't really care what's happening with the euro or to the euro or with the US dollar. So they are simply supplying the euro or the dollar, and that's their silo, right? But if you are doing transactions, security transactions in the capital market, in case you're purchasing a product or a service from an industrial corporation, then you are giving money and you're taking something. So there is a give and take taking place. And this give and take in the capital market is operated by clearing houses, right? And once you have a blockchain system which is token based, and you can have the euro, the dollar, securities and other forms of assets on top of one and the same platform, then you can get rid of clearing houses, because the clearinghouse function is then done and executed by smart contracts. That's exactly why DeFi works so extremely well, because you don't have clearinghouses in forms of organizations doing this, but you simply have smart contracts. And this is an angle in my mind where blockchain technology for CBDCs really, really makes sense. But central banks around the world have to accept that they in the future not simply operate their silo of money, but they are deploying some kind of currency on one ledger where potentially there could be other assets as well, because only if you have a multi-asset platform, then you can leverage smart contracts, settlement by smart contracts, and then you can get rid of clearing houses with all the efficiencies and costs and time and insurances and risks and so on, which you then do not have anymore once clearing houses are not needed anymore. I think that's a very important point, which is very often, not fully understood.
Yeah, and that also generally makes me wonder about the importance of how much pre-planning and standardization needs to be done to enable interoperability on a global scale versus how much, as with many crypto projects, of we'll build first and figure out the details later around some of these things. But Ariel, I know you wanted to jump in.
Well, I just wanted to raise there are risks of interoperability across currencies, and making currencies very easily tradable on the exact same platform jointly with, say, goods or services, capital being traded, creates risks for independent control of monetary policy. And so we could see resistance to this usage, as Philip's describing, of a central bank digital currency where you're creating a single platform. And there's some academic research already showing this, of what do global digital currencies imply for risk of independent monetary policy. I did want to follow up on one of Andrew's points, though, about using the underlying technology features of blockchain in a CBDC, perhaps in a centralized ledger way. And what I thought was fascinating of Andrew's perspective is that CBDC could be used as a way to gain transparency into monetary policy. The flip side perspective is the ability of a central bank to gain more transparency into the use of its money by its retail customers. And that creates an interesting tension of where is the real value in additional information? Is the additional information getting transparency in what the central bank is doing in terms of monetary policy, or gaining information into how users use currency? And we've seen this in private institutions already. We've seen innovations in the private payment space, say Venmo trying to gain more information, more data about its users' transaction records, thinking that data is valuable. So I wonder if CBDC could also offer some value in terms of generating more data about how customers use a given currency, and whether that would improve monetary policy or not. The tension there, of course, is perhaps consumers, retail customers don't want to give all that data away to their government. Certainly in the private digital currency space, that's one of the big concerns of why we want cryptocurrencies, perhaps, as opposed to central bank currencies. So I think that creates an interesting tension about how do we design central bank digital currencies in a useful way that will actually be adopted privately. I view it as, we usually think more information is a good thing. So, in today's world, especially in the US, we're seeing this advanced opening of the macro economy, and we're seeing lots of choke points in different consumer goods, and that's leading to very confusing perspectives on what's happening to overall prices, which is the key objective of the central bank. One of their two key objectives is to manage overall prices. Would having big data on a CBDC improve that in some meaningful way or not? I think that's the perspective I was trying to question, that perhaps the CBDC gives them more information. Does it come with other costs? And one of the costs, there's a very old debate about kind of discretion versus commitment in monetary policy. And Andrew is saying perhaps we want to tie the central bank's hands, tie them to the mast to pursue their policy, but maybe that's costly because it doesn't let them react in the ways where discretion could be valuable. So I don't have concrete answers, Richard, for you, but I think that's sort of the tension I was trying to get at.
So I think there's a very big risk of privacy falling to the wayside. And so I want to try to give a perspective here that really comes from, we worked through some of this in that CBDC design choices paper, and really the insight is just to recognize how open-ended the design space is. The scope of what you can do in terms of defining monetary policy and defining your disclosure or privacy rules. Nothing is baked in from scratch. Like you, with a clean slate design, you aren't constrained really in any way. What you can do with the blockchain technology is quite flexible. I think that a lot of privacy mechanisms that we have, even checks and balances in privacy today, aren't the result of design. They're kind of happen by happenstance or come from like the legacy institutional separate silos. You see this not only in finance, but in things like fingerprint databases, where just by having evolved separately, different government agencies, for example, don't have compatible database formats. And that translates into a sort of firewalling, privacy mechanism, even though it wasn't designed that way on purpose, it just kind of happened that way. And so I think that there's a risk of assuming that privacy will work well in the future in a CBDC, even if it's not designed for it, in the same way that some of today's institutions provide privacy by accident. And I think that that's not the case at all. I think that if there's not a policy choice that says that privacy is a first-class requirement, our human rights require it, our statutes or whatever requirement, and so that must be built in. I think that there's a risk of, by default, all the data will be available for ease of visibility, which has great benefits of efficiency, but also potentially bigger risk of data breach and all of that. So my hope with CBDCs is that they do incorporate privacy as a first-class design goal, and then select from all of the appropriate technologies, from zero-knowledge proofs and other cryptography that might be employed to ensure that kind of privacy. But it's not something that should be taken for granted. It's not something that's like built into blockchains, for example. Quite the opposite. If you use an off-the-shelf blockchain, it's probably going to involve replication of all of the data, which is worse for confidentiality or risk of data breaches.
And so I wanted to follow a thread that started getting alluded to in the last couple of comments. And part of that is exploring the question of what problem are CBDs looking to solve? Because also to think about, Andrew, as you're alluding to, the important design considerations, and I personally very much agree with the privacy one. And I know maybe if we have time, Philip can give us some color on the EU-based projects with the ECB and how they're thinking about some things. But I guess to start off, what do you think is the core problem that something like CBDCs are solving? And on the back of that, what are the important things to keep in mind to make sure missteps aren't taken with a new technology experimented for those use cases? Maria?
Well, I can speak to what people are proposing, and I do think there is a tension that our current payment system does not work perfectly. International remittances are very expensive. There are lots of unbanked individuals and households, say, even in advanced economies like the US. And so I think there's a perspective that somehow CBDC might be a solution to that. There's a slightly more cynical take, which is that there's a role to preserve monetary sovereignty, that if a Facebook creates a digital currency, that could pose a risk to, say, the Federal Reserve in the US's ability to manage prices and employment in the economy. Which of those is the right perspective, I'm less clear about. I do think there's a fundamental kind of challenge in answering your question, Eugene, which is, if we believe there's this demand for private digital currencies, that's one thing a central bank can't compete with, right? If the goal is I want a currency that's not issued by a central bank, then creating a central bank digital currency is not going to resolve that problem, right? The way to resolve that problem is through traditional regulation, basically ban owning these currencies. And so I think we need to get at a core source of what is the demand for digital currency, private or central. And Philip alluded to in the EU case, especially on the business side, why there's demand for new types of central bank digital currency that is not just we want something not issued by the central bank. And so I think you have to resolve that issue in some way. So I'm curious to hear what Philip thinks.
Yeah, interesting perspective, and I also agree. I would like to add two more points here. I think there is some kind of international contest going on between regions, between countries, and I think there is some kind of contest or competition going on between potential other forms of monies, potentially also including Bitcoin, right? We see this happening in El Salvador, right? So there is some kind of competitive pressure, and I think central banks have had the monopoly for issuing money and controlling monetary policy for quite some decades. And this is now being contested, I would say so, by Facebook's project Libra, by Chinese central bank, which is really pushing these topics now since year. They're basically launching next year, apparently. Then we have potential competition coming from decentral currencies. That's the case of El Salvador with Bitcoin, and therefore I think central banks now find suddenly in a space where they feel maybe they don't know it yet, maybe we all don't know it yet, but there is a feeling out there that in the future payment might be different, because at the end of the day we as citizens would like to somehow keep our purchasing power. I can store gold, I can store euro, I can store dollars, Swiss francs, or Bitcoin. At the end of the day, I don't really mind, but I would like to be able to purchase my daily food and my rent, and I would like to keep my purchasing power for the future. And in case central banks cannot deliver this in the future, then I think there is the, let's call it threat, but it could also be a chance that citizens are turning away from this. And I think we should keep this kind of competition or contest in mind, which is in my mind now starting, and this contest could go on for the next years or maybe even decades. And another point I would like to make is the following with CBDCs, and now I'm referencing the Chinese version. They are now trying to build a solution where you can transfer the money across cities, persons, even across countries within a couple of milliseconds, right? So given the speed of the transaction is some kind of competitive relevant metric, then suddenly, for example, take an international corporation such as Siemens. Maybe Siemens chooses to onboard to the Siemens as a German company chooses to onboard to the Chinese system, because then they can transact money around the world within a couple of milliseconds, whereas they cannot do it in Europe, for example. So the competitive pressure of the performance of payment infrastructures can also drive central banks to move towards CBDCs. Another facet here would be programmability. In case one central bank or one currency is providing programmability for financial constructs in capital markets or for devices in the economy of things, in case companies are demanding this programmability, then they would like to have it. And in case, for example, the ECB is not providing this, then they turn towards programmable stablecoins or towards the programmable US dollar or to whatever currency out there, because they might want to have the programmability, because suddenly the programmability becomes one performance criteria where a currency and a central bank has to perform and deliver. And therefore, I think this could be a new area of competition which is going on, and we see this with Facebook's project Libra or DM. Actually, nothing happened here, right? They have a technical infrastructure in place. They have done a hell lot of PR and work, white papers, but at the end of the day, up until now, in the last 2.5 years, not much happened in terms of real action and real solutions, right? But still, central banks are really kind of upset. They are now really investigating this topic, and that, in my mind, has been driven by Facebook's project 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think how those competitive pressures might be getting more groups to be thinking of this, and then, you know, directly them having a problem to solve that this is the best solution for.
I think I have an answer to that. I want to build on a comment about where programmability fits into CBDCs. I mean, I think that the structure of central banks is quite interesting. When I was getting into how cryptocurrencies work and then learned about finance just by some low quality YouTube videos, it was very simplistic, like central banks are just central. But there's really a lot more to it. I mean, they actually are kind of closer to DAOs, the way they're organized. Like, there is a central bank organization, but member banks and commercial banks as part of them have a lot of sway. So it's a lot more nuanced and complicated than that. And what I think this fits into is, I think that there is room for a really nice design of what I think would be called a hybrid CBDC, where and this is kind of just expanding on this notion of CBDC as a platform. Like, I can imagine that the central bank would essentially act as a platform and set some bare operating rules, maybe some system invariants, like no programming error for an application will be able to inflate in an unbounded way the base currency that the central bank is supposed to be managing. But in much the same way, like in an Ethereum blockchain, the rules of not printing more Ethereum are no EVM smart contract you could write can inflate the amount of Ethereum currency it's built. Like, that is an invariant built and maintained at the platform level. So I could imagine that the central bank would define some base rules like that, possibly for safety, possibly for regulation, possibly for base monetary policy. But then what a programming smart contract interface could do is leave it up to the member banks to be really flexible in terms of what kinds of extra functionality they define, or monetary policy for their own tokens that are backed in some way by the central bank's base layer money. There's really quite a lot of flexibility that's available there. So I kind of imagine that may shape out into the role that this plays, where the member banks are responsible for the innovating, and that takes place in a programming layer of the infrastructure. The central bank is responsible for setting safety rules or regulatability rules, or even just fair play rules, and that those would be enforced at the protocol level. So I mean, that seems to me to be the most, well, I don't want to say I could guess that that's the most likely, but somehow that structure just appeals to me and kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and I know we're getting close to time, so I'm going to let Ariel respond and then just ask a final question before we wrap up.
So I also want to follow up on Richard's question, which is, and if we look at experience in monetary policy, so where a digital currency has been extremely successful, say in an emerging market like Kenya with M-Pesa, it was a digital currency filling a role where there was a lack of institutions and infrastructure for doing payment services, especially not within a village, but across villages or across the country. There we saw a lot of success, and I think it was natural it came out of a private company, right, the cell phone providers, because they had established the technology to allow for these transfers. So it didn't quite make sense for the government to take on this new role of creating a whole new infrastructure to allow people to do better payment services. I think it's a very different question when we look at financial inclusion, say, in an advanced economy like the US, right? We have to really have a deeper understanding of why we have, a large group of unbanked people in the US, right? If they're unbanked because they don't want any records of themselves, then we have to ask, and this goes back to Andrew's earlier point, right? What are the right design choices of a CBDC? And is that consistent with the US government's willingness to create totally private currency? You hear a lot of this, Treasury Secretary Yellen said this early on in her tenure recently, that I don't like cryptocurrency because it seems only used for nefarious purposes, and you paraphrasing. And you sort of ask, well, how do you feel about cash then? Because that seems to be the predominant use of physical currency these days also. So I wonder about this tension of what is the US willing to do in terms of a regulatory anti-money laundering, know your customer protocol for a central bank digital currency, and will that provide the privacy and security that the unbanked may want, if that's the reason they're unbanked? So without a real, again, in emerging economies, I understand why folks are unbanked, right? The infrastructure and institutions are not there. In advanced economies, I think it's much less clear. And so when you ask why is the Eurozone or the US creating CBDC for financial inclusion, I think it's a much harder case to make. So I'll stop there to leave us time for a last question.
And I just wanted to follow up with, I mean, just building on a number of statements that all of you have made, given kind of some of the current pressures that are in existence for a variety of reasons, but there's a bit of this race to roll out a CBDC. You know, some might be, from a certain perspective, potentially vying for, you know, establishing the digital future reserve currency. You know, we don't need to speculate on the specific impetus, but given all that has been mentioned in this panel so far, from a citizen's perspective, what should we be most worried about as central banks rush to figure out these new technologies and potentially deploy them? Do you have any specific concerns that are top of mind in your minds as these get rolled out?
Well, I think privacy is the number one. Privacy. We should, as citizens, try to force the institutions to keep privacy. That might not necessarily be for all kinds of transactions, but at least, you know, like transactions below a specific threshold should be private, the same way as we have paper-based money, which is also private. And the second point is monetary policy can become dangerous because, for example, in Europe we have negative interest rates, right? So you are putting money on the bank account, and 1 year later you have less money on the bank account because we have negative interest rates. So negative interest rate can be pushed through much easier with digital infrastructure, and there is also a threat of money which can expire at some point of time, so you have to spend it, otherwise it's for whatever reason gone, like a voucher. And there are a couple of design choices where I think we have citizens, but also the political parties and those people who are, let's call it, building or driving or governing the systems, you should really be warned that we should not have technology which would allow this.
Andrew?
Yeah, I agree with the way that you put that. I just think that there would be, my concern is that there may be a tendency to think that because the design includes blockchain in some way, that solves the problem of providing privacy for the individuals and accountability for the people running the system, but that's not a built-in guarantee at all. It's entirely possible to design a system that includes blockchain technology but gets it backward, providing opacity and the ability to delete data or freeze accounts roughly unaccountably for the administrators, and that provides no privacy for the individual users. So you can't just rely on like technical destiny to assume that that's going to carry out the right way. I think it's really important to ensure that the designs that we have from the beginning reflect what we should be asking for in terms of rights to the citizens.
Thank you. And Ariel, any final words before we wrap up?
Well, not to sound like the nerdy macroeconomist here, but just to point out, everything Philip said, academic economists might say are exactly a good thing. In theory, there's nothing wrong with negative nominal interest rates. A zero lower bound is a constraint on monetary policy. Alleviating that constraint is good. The experience in the Eurozone has not been great, so I appreciate Philip's perspective. A hot money where you get vouchers that expire can be a very valuable tool, precisely say in the midst of a pandemic. Overall, will that be used correctly by policymakers? We should be worried. So just to be a little concerned that it might enable the policy space in good ways. Could it be used in the wrong way? Absolutely. And I agree broadly with the point that we need to deeply understand what is the desirable level of privacy in developing these digital currencies, and our consumers, our retail, our citizens getting the appropriate mix of privacy and security from governments if they're issuing these. So.
Great. Well, we really just want to thank you all for taking the time to share your thoughts, opinions, and work today. For those who want to continue the conversation beyond this single recording, please feel free to check out the Smart Contract Research website, smartcontractresearch.org, where we're going to have a dedicated post to this panel. That post will include more work, links to the work of all of our panelists, how to get in touch, and also some broad information on this topic as a whole. I mean, there's so much we unfortunately did not have a chance to dig deeper on or bring up. So I definitely hope this is the first of many dialogues we'll be having around this topic. And I just want to thank you all again, and hope all the listeners have a chance to enjoy the rest of the summit.
It's been a blast. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for your time, everybody. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for that fantastic discussion on CBDCs. You guys will hear more from the Smart Contract Research Forum in coming panels and presentations and on the other stage as well. So keep your eye out for that. And that address again was smartcontractresearch.org. We're going to be going for the next sort of session here. I'm really excited for the next lineup of talks. It's extremely exciting to see who's next. We've got Sergey Nazarov coming up, Ben Chan, Alex Mashinsky, and many more throughout the day, and of course the next 2 days. So make sure to stick around for that. We're going to take a brief break and listen to our good tunes in intermission, and when we come back, we'll be here with Sergey Nazarov.
Back with a fantastic panel here, the future of stablecoins, and we have a stellar lineup of founders from some of the leading stablecoin projects across the ecosystem. So today we are joined by Raf Kosman, who's the CEO of Trust Token, TrueFi, TrueUSD, Joey Santoro, who's the founder of Fei Labs, Manny, who is a co-author and advisor with Ampleforth, and Sam Kazemian, who is the founder of Frax. So as you can see, we have a fantastic lineup here, and we're going to dive right in with some different issues. Specifically, we're going to try to explore some of the trade-offs that we're seeing behind the stablecoin designs as we really step into a bigger DeFi ecosystem, and what role the different designs can play within the DeFi ecosystem. So everyone on this panel has created successful stablecoins that are really helping to reshape the way that we think about money and what is possible in DeFi. And yet each of you has really approached the design of your stablecoin in different ways with very different consequences and trade-offs. So I want to ask each of you to just comment on the overall vision behind the technology, the operational design decisions that went into the building your project, including how Chainlink plays a role, and some of the trade-offs that you made for your project. Let's dive right in. We can start with Raf and go around.
All right. Thank you for having us on, David. I'm looking forward to a great panel. So I'm Raphael, CEO of Trust Token, and we're the makers of TrueUSD, which is a $1.2 billion US dollar stablecoin. And TrueUSD, I think, has one of the simplest designs of any of the stablecoins on this represented on this panel. It's just backed one for one with US dollars. And we chose that because of simplicity. You know, we wanted to make a stablecoin that was really straightforward, really trustworthy, where regardless of how TrueUSD is trading in the market, it's always backed by $1, and so it's always worth $1. And you can just go to our website, you can redeem it anytime, you can purchase more using US dollars. And so I think it gives traders and DeFi projects and a lot of folks that are looking for a stablecoin that's very stable, very trustworthy, it gives them what they're looking for. In terms of how we use Chainlink, we actually, in order to be as transparent as possible about those reserves that are backing TrueUSD, we actually have an accounting firm that does a real-time 24/7 attestation of those funds, showing that the 1.2 billion TrueUSD in circulation are actually backed by 1.2 billion US dollars. And then we've taken that to the next level recently with Chainlink and putting that those reserve values on chain in a Chainlink oracle, so that DeFi projects and other smart contracts that are using TrueUSD can actually monitor that and even have a tripwire where if that actual collateralization underlying TrueUSD ever dropped beneath 100%, they could pause deposits, they could change how the risk parameters of the protocol, etc. They can really take that into account. So that's TrueUSD. Thanks for having us on the panel. I'll hand it over to Joey.
Yeah, totally. I think it's really novel, the attestations for Chainlink oracles, and I'm excited to dive a little bit more into how that powers your stablecoin. Because like you said, it's pretty different from the rest of us, and we all have slightly different takes on the stablecoin space. So I'm Joey from Fei Labs. I, founder and protocol architect for Fei Protocol. The Fei stablecoin, the original vision is to be decentralized, fully on chain to the extent possible, scalable, backed by this idea of protocol controlled value, which is sort of assets and reserves that are stored in smart contracts, so not in a bank account. And the protocol has full custody, so it can deploy those into lending markets, it can deploy them as secondary market liquidity, and it helps basically provide utility and liquidity for the Fei stablecoin. Originally, we had this additional concept of direct incentives, which means that traders are penalized for trading away from the peg and incentivized with an additional mint reward, kind of like a negative fee and a positive rebate for trading towards the peg. We no longer use that feature. I'm happy to dive a little bit more into why, but the primary peg mechanism is this protocol controlled reserve, and the protocol is actively defending the $1 peg on secondary markets. And we originally launched with a time-weighted average price oracle. And we, through data analysis on chain, we realized that that oracle was just not efficient enough, and it didn't update frequently enough to have an accurate price for actually buying the stablecoin, which is how more enters circulation. People can buy it for $1. So we switched over to Chainlink, and it was seamless, extremely easy to plug into our system. And that's, providing additional security against rapid price movements.
Perfect. Thanks, Joey. Maybe Manny or Sam, do you want to jump in here?
Sure, I'll go next. I think Ampleforth is a little bit the odd man out since we're not a stablecoin, but we have a mechanism that's been used, I think, in other stablecoin projects. So, I'm the co-author of the original white paper and an advisor. And so I can sort of walk through a little bit how it works and how some of these pieces could be used in other stablecoins in the future. So one of the key considerations for Ampleforth was just making the mechanism really simple and minimal and decentralized. And, for context, this is, going back to 2017, 2018. So a lot of the infrastructure that we now take for granted was just not, did not exist. And so the way that Ample works, right, it's kind of the first rebasing currency. What it does is it really transmits the volatility from price to the supply of the Ampleforth token. And so as you can imagine, Chainlink has been quite important in that transmission of the price information from liquid exchanges outside of crypto, right, into crypto. And so if, Ample is trading over, say, $1, right, every day, there's a time-weighted average price. And so the number of Amples in all user wallets kind of rebases a certain percentage, increasing the supply until sort of the price falls back to $1. And so the benefit of this, right, so it doesn't insulate you from the volatility of crypto. If you hold Amples, the numbers are going to shrink or expand really rapidly, right? The market cap has increased 300x. So that's, or 30x, sorry. So that's, that's definitely, that's not a stablecoin kind of behavior. But what you do get out of it because of this kind of tokenized unit of account function is you do get stable contracts. So if I borrow 1,000 Amples, 2 years ago, and I have to repay them now, the dollar value of that $200 or $1,000 debt is about $1,000. Sorry, 1,000 Ample debt is about $1,000. So you get stable contracts out of this tokenization of unit of account, but you don't get the stablecoin kind of utility, which is that you kind of hold these pockets of liquidity without exchange risk. So.
Man, that was a great explanation. I think that's really fascinating. That it sounds like yours is the one stablecoin on this panel that even though it's always worth around $1, it still is something that you can invest in and can go up, 30x, 300x, you can actually make money on, which is it's kind of a mind-bending concept.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. I think stable contracts are valuable, and there's a way of creating kind of long dated debt contracts, right? Which you can then ideally use to then collateralize a true stable coin, right? In true sense of the word. So we can definitely discuss that, you know, in a little bit. So I'll hand it over to Sam now, though.
All right, thanks, Manny. So I'm Sam. I'm the founder of Frax. Frax is actually known for two things these days. Frax stands for fractional algorithmic currency, which is where we got the name from. And there's a wide range of stablecoins even on this panel. So what we kind of invented is that Frax is fractionally backed in the sense that there's collateral on chain. The entire protocol is on chain, decentralized, but the entire backing of the stablecoin is not 100% or over 100% like the MakerDAO model. So one of the first things we came up with was that there's this idea of stablecoins with no backing, such as Ampleforth, such as the original Basis design. There are stablecoins with fiat backing, such as Trust Token and Tether and USDC. And then there's stablecoins that are over collateralized on chain with crypto. And with Frax, we were the first team that said, hey, for stablecoin, the most important thing is that it's stable, right? And at the price peg. And that doesn't necessarily require 100% collateral backing all stablecoins in circulation. The same way a central bank keeps the exchange rate of something at a price target without having literally the actual thing in full reserves, right? So like if a central bank pegged to US dollars and they issued their own currency, they don't have one-to-one backing of literal dollars in their central bank. They just try to keep the exchange rate and defend the peg, which is what all stablecoins do. So with Frax, we said that, hey, why is everyone coming up with, over collateralized, 0% collateralized? What's in the middle, right? What's between 0 and like 100 and 150%? What's that fractional, extremely efficient, extremely decentralized algorithmic model where the peg is sound? At Frax, we've never broken our peg. We've been up since December 2020. I think perhaps, one of the only algorithmic stablecoins that have the Lindy effect of always being within 1% of the peg bounds. And the second thing I actually am really excited to talk about today, and what Frax has recently gotten a lot of discussion about, is that we're working on the first crypto native CPI called the Frax Price Index. And what that is that it's the first attempt that I know of, at least, that is looking to define a crypto native unit of account so that algorithmic stablecoins, other projects can actually peg to this exchange rate rather than the exchange rate of the US dollar. And so one of the cool things that we're working on with Chainlink is that in order to build a crypto native CPI, you need the consumer price index, the actual TradFi CPI, brought on chain to apply either improvements, transformations, additions to that index with new index prices. And we're really excited to do that with Chainlink, and then also just build our own unique product. And it's a collaborative effort. It's not just with Frax. So I've actually had a lot of in-depth conversations with Joey and the Faye team and other guys about it. And it's something really interesting. So perhaps we can get into it. In fact, it's gotten so big that I think perhaps, as a testament to how grand of a vision it is, we might actually rename it to something even bigger rather than the Frax Price Index, something like the Stability Price Index or the Crypto Price Index or something like that. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Sam. And we can definitely dive into all of you mentioned some of the future things you're working on. So maybe we can dive into that next. But I want to just mention it's really mind blowing hearing all of the mechanism designs behind these stable coins and how complex the design can be behind creating something that's a stable coin. And it's really amazing what's happening in the space around that, and all of you are really approaching it in super amazing ways. So it's really great to hear that. And maybe we can dive just into that a little bit more. Some of you mentioned what's coming next, what you're excited about. So you've made these specific decisions around how you're going to design the stablecoin. What are the applications? What are you excited to see happen in the space, and how do you want to see these applied for the future of DeFi?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to piggyback a little bit off of what Sam was mentioning about the Frax price index, stability price index. I think there's a lot of media attention right now around this idea that, you know, DeFi, like what we wanted was a decentralized computer, and what we got was dollars on a blockchain. And I think there's something really there's something really powerful about the idea that we can peg to arbitrary price oracles and arbitrary price feeds, and those could obviously be powered by Chainlink. And so thinking about like what else can be stable, or what does stability even mean? It's a really powerful idea. One thing that really attracts me about the Ampleforth project is that I believe your like sort of peg that you rebase to is the 2019 US dollar. Is that correct?
Yeah. So that is currently $1.06 of today's dollars already.
Wow. So first of all, how do you get that price feed on chain? And second, how do you get that price feed on chain? That's the first question.
So I think there's a number of oracles that now feed into kind of the Ampleforth module, but I think Chainlink does provide, I think there's a CPI feed, if I'm not mistaken. So we sort of just get it off chain.
Get that CPI feed on the Frax price index stuff.
Yeah. So I was going to ask you guys, so when you say a crypto native price index, so I'm just thinking by the way, so my day job is as a financial historian. So sorry for some of the questions, but are you guys basically tracking like the number, like crypto native prices, like in certain markets? I mean, that's normally how price indexes came about, right? You would send someone to the market and see what's the price of gold today, what's the price of corn, whatever, and you build these series over time. You used to do it manually, but I'm wondering, how are you guys picking the prices within the crypto ecosystem to kind of generate this index?
Yeah, so let me just give some background on this, because I think everyone seems to be really, really interested in kind of exploring this idea. So a lot of what people are now discussing is that, like Joey was saying, is the dollar is kind of loosely pegged to the consumer price index, which is kind of the standard of living basket of consumer items that the Federal Reserve, thinks that the average American should be able to buy across time. And, simplifying it a lot, but give or take something like that, plus minus around 2% inflation per year. Our original thought with the Frax price index was, what if we actually define a crypto native standard of living? So obviously it's going to require real estate, like rent prices, consumer items, maybe even improvements.
Have a Lambo in there, right?
Yeah, everyone needs a Lambo in there too, the Lambo price index. But the idea behind it is there should be probably some crypto native elements in there as well. So perhaps the Ethereum base fee, if Ethereum is going to settle all value, in the digital economy in the 21st century, or something like that, so that the cost of settling on Ethereum, if you have this money, should kind of go with your standard of living. Now, obviously, what makes it into this price index is really important. When we started working on it, it was just us a few months ago, and then Joey and a few other projects reached out, and we realized that if this is going to be a legitimate peg, and by legitimate peg I mean things that multiple projects are actually going to hopefully peg to, so that there could be stable Frax price index or stability price index stable coins, so that there could be curve pools or tight liquidity around these stable coins, we're going to have to make it bigger than us at Frax, right? We're going to have to make it something that's more general. So we're talking to a lot of people, and one of the first things is maybe we rename this to something very, very general, right? Like the decentralized price index or the stability price index or something like that. And right now we're kind of at the stage of who is going to build the initial Genesis stablecoins with Frax and their projects. So it's a really collaborative effort. It's really an interesting idea because I don't think anyone is doing this. I think we're like kind of the first group, even on this panel. You know, it's one of the first conversations that's being had. And in fact, when I originally talked about this on Twitter, Balaji, who's also speaker at SmartCon around some of these topics, reached out to me and said, "Hey, this is something I'm extremely interested in." Balaji actually invested in Frax, and a lot of people said that this is something that's going to make the world better, right? It's not just like something fun or something collectible or something, but actually improve people's lives with crypto. So I think it's really important that we talk about it. So I always really like talking with Joey about it. They're at the forefront of this too with us. So it's been a great time.
Very cool.
So I have two thoughts, if that's okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Raphael.
Go ahead, Manny. I'll go after you.
So there's two thoughts here, and they kind of oppose each other. One is, to me, it's really exciting because the way that I think about it, at some point, you're going to have a lot of crypto native economic activity, right? And I know we're all finance and history geeks, which is why we're doing DeFi. But ultimately, I think crypto might be a world, the whole metaverse kind of concept. I think that might be a lot larger than probably DeFi in some ways. And I think there, getting a price series on the price of virtual real estate, virtual goods, that would be incredibly unique and powerful. The other thought, though, on the other hand, is that the network effects kind of around dollars are incredibly powerful, right? So we've seen this in the real world where banking systems get dollarized, even though the share of trade with the US might be negligible, right? And so Gita Kopina's research, right, at the IMF has basically been around this kind of dominant currency paradigm, where the US is just like 15 to 20% of world trade, and yet, so much of trade is dollar denominated. And we've seen this historically too, where, a country might be dominant in trade, and then that country actually ceases to exist as it currently does, but then that currency unit lasts for hundreds of years later just due to the network effect. So in some ways, dollarization, I think, is going to be really, really, really hard to break out of, especially because the US is still around,
Yeah,
so those are my two thoughts.
One thing I always say is like the dollar is like the SI unit of economic value, right? In order for us to talk about value properly, you need a common language, right? The same way meters is for distance and joules is the SI unit for energy, so that we have a common unit to talk about those kinds of things. I always say, for now, the dollar is the de facto informal SI unit of economic value. People say it's not going to be for long, or people's BTC Maxi say it's going to be BTC or something, but it's the lingua franca of economics, I think.
Great, thanks, Sam. And I do want to let Raf jump in here, but real quick, I want to encourage people to drop questions in the chat. We have about 8 minutes left here, but we'd love to get to some live questions if any come up. So go for it, Raf.
Yeah, so Sam, I completely agree with the importance of the dollar. And there's something that Joey said that I don't feel like I can take lying down. He said, we wanted a decentralized computer and we just got dollars on the blockchain. And I think that what a lot of people actually want is dollars on the blockchain. And that while dollar-like products, algorithmic stablecoins, crypto-backed stablecoins, et cetera, are very interesting conceptually and have a very real use case within crypto. I think that actual dollars on the blockchain are right now they're the overwhelming majority of the stablecoin market. They have been for years, and I think that they likely will be for years. And part of the reason is because not only do people want a stable unit of value, which many different kinds of stablecoins can provide, but they also want to be able to literally on-ramp their dollars and off-ramp their dollars onto the decentralized computer to do all kinds of things. So And that's something that fiat-backed stablecoins like TrueUSD are uniquely well suited to provide, right? You can just redeem them for for US dollars. You don't have to trade them for US dollars. That's a key difference. And so I think that we do have a decentralized computer, and one of the main use cases of the decentralized computer is trading and lending and borrowing and moving around real world assets such as the US dollar. I don't think that makes the decentralized computer any less useful or decentralized. I think it's actually one of its strongest use cases.
Yeah, totally hear that. And like, you know, the statement very much was like partially tongue in cheek. Like, obviously everyone on this panel is working on a USD stablecoin in some form. And so, none of us are disputing the power of the US dollar here. And I think your approach is extremely powerful and uniquely suited to do this. You're literally putting US dollars on a blockchain. And of course, that's like instant product market fit and what the market really needs. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where else we take this decentralized computer and what we do with those dollars on blockchains. What else are you guys building out over at Trust Token to kind of push that forward and build out that utility? You were mentioning earlier something about merging TradFi. Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is we have a DeFi protocol called TrueFi with lending pools. Right now, they're all stablecoin lending pools. And I'd love to look into getting some of the stablecoins that are represented here on the panel added to the protocol as well. But doing uncollateralized lending, which is, we think, a huge application for stablecoins on the blockchain. And then another initiative that we've got is actually launching other global currencies, not just US dollars, because there's no question, while the US dollar is primary today, both in traditional finance and in crypto, we think that there is a very global audience for crypto assets, and a lot of people want to be able to on-ramp and off-ramp other currencies. So we've actually been seeing a lot of growth recently in our other products: True Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, Hong Kong dollar, and British pound. So those are all things we're quite excited about.
Sounds great. Thanks everyone for commenting on that. We do have a couple of questions here. One is someone's asking about the divergence between CPI and FPI. I'm guessing that's the farm price index. Would that be a better peg to value? I don't know if one of Sam or Joey can comment on the specific type of index here.
I think, I don't know if it is the farm price index or Frax price index, which is the one we're making, but
okay. Got it. That makes a lot more sense.
So I think the question is the divergence of it. So what's really important here is, like, this is like the first attempt to try to create a legitimate peg or unit, not actually a stablecoin. Many people can create various stablecoins, from decentralized ones to centralized ones, or different mechanisms that peg to the FPI. And what's important here is the more stablecoins use this unit, whatever it might have, it's an ongoing discussion. We'd love for people to get involved with it, join our community, join some of the talks that Joey and I and the Faye and Frax team have and stuff like that. But the important thing is, the more stablecoins that peg to this, the more legitimate it becomes as a unit of account, right? We just talked about how important the US dollar is itself, because everyone denominates things in it, right? The unit is the network effect, right? And in order to build a new unit that has strong network effects, think of what that would entail. That would require multiple teams with multiple stable coins, different mechanisms, all pegging to this unit, that there would hopefully be curve pools, right, that have tight liquidity around this unit, rather than the peg of a dollar, or like the peg of BTC pegs. It would be like FPI peg coins, right? It would just be a big pool there. And tight liquidity, like on Uni V3 range orders, or things like that. And now we finally have the tech on chain, like Curve, Uni V3, all of these things, to create the network effect advantages around new pegs. That wasn't possible before, right? There wasn't deep liquidity at structural peg units, right? And now it's a good time to actually make a new unit. And so that's really exciting. And so what makes kind of Frax and Fei and the other stablecoins on this panel, like Ampleforth and even Trust Token, perhaps a fiat backed version of this, is that everyone can build a stablecoin that pegs to this, right? It's a fully new unit. It's almost like building on-chain monetary policy in a legitimized fashion, in a transparent fashion, and it's really exciting, right? It captures a lot of the imagination of what DeFi and global markets should be.
Perfect. We only have a minute and a half left here. So any closing thoughts from anyone? And I'm really looking forward to continuing this conversation with all of you as well.
Well, I think it's fascinating to see all the different kinds of stable coins that are represented here. If we had more time, I would love to hear from Joey more about what Fei Protocol is doing. I'm gonna have to call him up after this and ask more about it.
Yeah, definitely would love to chat more. We're working on our V2 right now, so you're gonna have some exciting improvements coming down the pipe. And also, like, I want to talk more to you guys. Like, I want to hear more about Manny. Like, like the 2019 US dollar. Like, is that the stable price index that we need? Like, it's and also you guys just got listed on Aave. At first, I was like, how does that even work? But then it kind of clicked for me. I don't know. It's really exciting times right now. And yeah, thanks again for everyone for having us on here.
I propose that we close with Joey committing to do a house party like Rick did in San Francisco so we can all come hang out.
I will host you guys. I don't know if it's a party, but I'll host.
All right. Well, we are out of time here, but thank you all so much for joining. We'll keep the conversation going around this. As you can see, Chainlink can be applied to many different types of stable coins. So it's really great to see all the different applications and what all of you are building. So thank you so much for joining.
All right, thanks, Evan.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. And the rest of the panel, Sam, Raphael, Manuel, and definitely a party at Joey's house. So we're going to have fun with that. But yeah, moving on, really excited for our next speaker. The talk is the Smart Contract Stack, Powering DAOs by Aaron Wright. It'll be coming up in just a few minutes, so stick around.
Or, we're somehow having a conflict of interest. That 1 year audit window, I got to tell you, if you give people a choice between a 1 year audit and a 1 second audit, automatic audit with cryptographic truth, proving every single thing that was audited and that the place where it came from proved that the assets were there, that they were at a certain value, that they were in a certain state. I don't know a single person who's going to tell you, I'd like a 1 year audit. I'd like a year of risk. Give me a year. I'd like to take risk for a year. Nobody will want that. Everyone will want automated cryptographic truth-based audits. And you already see that from the organizations that understand how cryptographic truth can allow them to provide better guarantees. Now, once again, that's initially crypto firms, certain fintechs, right? Certain CeFi. But the fundamental kind of proof and cryptographic truth benefit compared to other things is just hundreds of times better, and everybody can verify it. In our proof of reserve schemes, everybody can verify the assets that certain stable coins have in bank accounts, in gold vaults, on a block by block basis. So block by block, what's backing a stable coin because it was proven to you by a data source that shows that. And what does that do? That makes it so that if anybody wants to under-collateralize that stablecoin, what do they know? They know that they will be discovered within 10 seconds. That's not a year. You can't take some money and hope to put it back in 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds. That's another example of a difference. And beyond that, it just expands, right? So highly validated data is the first category, where once you generate highly validated cryptographic proofs about what's going on, you can then prove what is true, what happened, what didn't happen. And then around that truth, around that cryptographic truth that was proven through, a definitive method of generating a consensus about what happened, you can then build all kinds of systems, all kinds of innovations, all kinds of things that weren't possible previously. And this is the amazing initial step that we've taken that has given birth to DeFi, given birth to proof of reserves, given birth to some decentralized insurance products, better versions of fraud-proof gaming. Here are just some examples. One of my favorite examples, quite simply, weather insurance. Based on what's happening with the weather these days, I think you can see why it's one of my favorite examples. People need weather insurance. There's a flood there. There's a forest fire here. There's rising sea levels there. There's lack of rain somewhere else. That's not going to stop, first of all. Second of all, how do people manage that risk in places that don't have insurance companies? What do? You know what they do? They pray. They pray to the rain god. That's very nice, and they should do that if they would like to. But, that's not really going to work if there's no rain. That's not going to give them solvency. That's not going to allow them to continue being an emerging markets farmer. You know what they should do? They should do whatever they want to do to help make rain happen, and then they should have cryptographically guaranteed insurance that doesn't depend on their local legal system. The only thing it depends on is them having a $50 Android phone in their hand and internet access. And then all of a sudden, through insurtechs like Harbol, you can suddenly have people in all kinds of parts of the world where their local legal system doesn't work, the insurance companies aren't going there. The ones that would go would be predatory. There's payday loan people who are predatory. There's banks that are highly predatory with just crazy usury rates. And they can just sidestep all that because you now have a system of contracts based on cryptographic truth. We can verify whether there was rainfall. They can sign up for the insurance with a cryptographic proof, and they can automatically be paid what they're owed, not because an insurance company says, I feel like it, but because it is enforced by math and physics. And now somebody with a $50 Android phone and an internet connection that hasn't heard of an insurance company up until now can have better insurance guarantees through cryptographic truth than people in developed markets that are still stuck with paper promises. That's unbelievable. And more importantly, that will completely change that person's life. That will allow them to continue being a farmer, or it'll allow them to continue, selling meat or building construction things or whatever they're doing. And this is the underpinning of society that isn't seen by people, but which underpins how society works that we're changing. This is partly dependent on our ability to generate these cryptographic systems, our community's ability to help build Chainlink, and the inclusion of data providers. And I'm really, really encouraged to see large and impressive weather providers like AccuWeather basically going on and running their own Chainlink nodes and providing their data to various blockchain networks eagerly in order to service all of these smart contracts. Because there is a huge world of data, and everybody does want it to be used to achieve these critical, massive changes in how society works. And the place where that is going to happen is the smart contract state on blockchains. And all we really have to do as an ecosystem and as a project and as a group of people is make that happen. We have to get the data and the things that all of the smart contract developers need in order to build the future and to build this cryptographically truth-powered world. We need to get it to them. We need to give it to them in a secure, reliable, decentralized way. And if we're able to do that, it'll change our industry. It'll change the way the world works. And, I personally think it'll make Chainlink a global standard, which is once again our goal. Other examples of this are very straightforward. NFTs. NFTs are really impressive. They're great. But even more impressive are dynamic NFTs that are updated by what happened, right? So if you own some kind of sports-related NFT, with the help of Chainlink networks and the data and sports data, you can keep it updated, and the value of that NFT can be tied to what's happened in the real world. That's called a dynamic NFT. So that's a great gaming example. Other examples are things like identity. where you're able to verify identity for something like a decentralized domain system like Unstoppable Domains through Twitter. And you're able to connect various points of identity to a domain system like Unstoppable Domains or ENS or others. And identity is something we're working on, is another source of data. But this is just to highlight that there's large varieties of other data that will continue to generate large varieties of other critical use cases which were previously unavailable and will once again reinvent what our industry is about. And that's what I think we should all be focused on, and that's what I think we should be doing. The next part of this chapter in enabling developers to build more and generate even more impressive things is off-chain compute. Now, when I say off-chain compute, I mean trust minimized off-chain compute. I mean off-chain computation that isn't done in a centralized web server, but it's done in an Oracle network in a way that creates some degree of trust minimization so that you still have decentralization around the computation, but you can still use it to do things other than what you would do in a smart contract. This is an entirely separate category where so far we have generated randomness very successfully for many gaming applications. Now we are moving on to keepers, automation, and more advanced off-chain compute. And beyond that, there's expanded computation like FSS. So far, in less than a year from going live, the verifiable random generation systems that we've put out are now generating over 200,000 VRF requests per month for many of the top games in the blockchain industry. And what that shows me is that not only is data and the access to various data, identity data, weather data, price data, market data, location data, whatever data, not only is data a critical component of building more advanced smart contracts, but computation and certain specific types of computation that need to be trust minimized are also a key aspect of building smart contracts in an advanced, more useful way that's going to reinvent our industry and reinvent how the world uses what we're building in this entire industry. This is why we are today announcing that Chainlink Keepers is going live on mainnet. Chainlink Keepers has been in the works for a while, and it has been open beta for some time, just kind of soak testing it and making sure that it's secure and ready. And we're thrilled to say that today it's going live on mainnet and basically launching for use by all of the DeFi apps out there, and will be coming to all the blockchains where we integrate pretty rapidly. Now, Chainlink Keepers is fundamentally the ability to give a computation to something called a keeper network, to give a computation that isn't something you can do in a contract or you want to do in a contract for either capability reasons, the contract can't do it, cost reasons, the contract would be too costly to do it it would be too costly to do it in a blockchain, or sometimes privacy reasons. The other reason that we found is realistically, just like you had a centralization problem with data, where people would run their own oracles and those oracles could fail, and that failure could lead to a DeFi protocol being, underwater or dislocated from markets or dislocated from reality. It's very much the same situation with keepers. You have developer teams and developer communities that are building a great DeFi application, a great gaming application, but they don't want to build infrastructure and they don't need to build infrastructure. And that's the problem we need to solve for them at Chainlink. And the Chainlink network needs to be built to solve by the larger community, by them together with us and so on. It's a matter of providing a decentralized system that you can offload the responsibility of off-chain computation to, while still having those off-chain computations have a measure of decentralization and trust minimized guarantees, right? So the way it really looks is, hey, I'm a smart contract development team. I know I'm going to do 1,000 contract calls about a certain topic, whether that's telling the contract what time it is. For example, smart contracts can't know what time it is. They need a server. They need a central server to tell it it's midday UTC time to settle, time to execute. Even that level of information isn't available to the contract, just time. And so these developer teams know, hey, I am going to have 1,000 plus interactions with a smart contract. Man, I hope I can keep my server running. Man, I hope I don't miss one of those, because if I miss one of those, it'll be really, it'll be a real problem. So instead of having to do 1,000 of those and not being able to tell their user base that they're giving them reliable guarantees, now they can quite simply say, here is one upkeep request into the Chainlink Keeper system, into a single Chainlink Keeper network. And then that Chainlink Keeper network will do thousands of ongoing DevOps, off-chain compute, and other transactions. Now, why does this matter once again, right? Just to explain this kind of slightly esoteric problem. Why does trust minimized off-chain compute matter? Well, once again, when you're building decentralized secure systems, you need to be secure and decentralized and hyper-reliable end-to-end. So you need to be hyper-reliable when the gas price is at 2,500. You need to be hyper-reliable if a server somewhere goes down. You need to make sure that your systems run in all market conditions, in all network conditions, because that's the nature of blockchain-based applications. You need to provide that cryptographic truth guarantee that under all circumstances, you will be able to generate the outcome the application says it will generate. So how does this look when everything's okay? Well, when everything's okay, the smart contract development team, is triggering things based on time, maybe doing limit order execution through their interface, maybe doing automated liquidations, maybe doing some smart contract DevOps requests. Someone on their team is maintaining a central server. That central server essentially decides how the application will and won't function because it controls certain key outcomes of what the smart contract application is able to do. And that is a very, very striking parallel to oracles, right? Data oracles. Same exact story. Guess what? That's a bad idea. Same reason. You don't want a centralized system controlling your contracts, whether it's for data or telling it what time it is or triggering it for various key events that you would ideally offload. And the place where that starts to get shown is when gas does go to 2,500 and transactions aren't being broadcast, or your centralized server fails, or an adversary finds out how to DDoS your one centralized server, and all of a sudden you're not broadcasting DevOps transactions to your smart contract. Those are all very exploitable, very risky things that Chainlink networks expressly eliminate, right? They expressly eliminate the congestion issues, the network issues, the market-based issues, the exploit issues, all of those. And that's been proven, which is why, once again, the Chainlink networks that provide data, hundreds of those now exist, going to thousands soon, and those networks provide that data under the same set of guarantees that Chainlink keepers will provide to the applications that now need a reliable method to compute key computations that the contract cannot do, but that have to be done in a decentralized, trust-minimized, hyper-reliable manner. And so that's the fundamental role of keepers. And this, once again, serves the purpose of, firstly, unburdening the smart contract development teams from having to do this so that they can focus on making a great DeFi, gaming, or insurance application. And secondly, providing an end-to-end decentralized guarantee for how the application functions. And this guarantee is what all of this is about. All of this is about a decentralized smart contract with end-to-end security, end-to-end decentralization. This is what end-to-end decentralization looks like, not this. Now, here are some examples to provide clarity. So in the case of Aave, we're working with them on reliably managing the liquidations in their protocol to make sure their protocol remains solvent. That means that the various liquidations that need to happen for their protocol to remain, above water and solvent and usable will now, in many parts of their kind of smart contracts, be done by Chainlink keepers that will provide guarantees about liquidating those things, about getting transactions in about that, about properly monitoring that. And that's a critical aspect of keeping the Aave protocol working properly. In the synthetics case, it's about staking and fee distribution. And so there needs to be a mechanism to properly stake, give out staking rewards, fee distribution, and so on. And this is a very, very clear need in many different applications where a keeper network is now going to take on the role of making sure that that part of the application works properly as an off-chain trust minimized computing resource that's configurable by the synthetics community and the synthetics team and through whatever set of processes that community has. And then another final example is Pool Together for something as basic as starting its games and ending its games on the basis of time, right? So instead of the Pool Together team having to initiate these critical aspects of their game, they can now offload this responsibility to a hyper-reliable, decentralized computing system in the form of a Chainlink network that's committed to doing this, just like it's committed to providing data and under the same set of hyper reliable systems guarantees, in reliable systems. So this is a big improvement for what smart contract developers can build today. They can offload a massive amount of DevOps, a massive amount of automation, a massive amount of computation that their team has to do internally, and they get their developer resources back. Their protocol becomes more decentralized, and their protocol can prove more cryptographic truth to their users. So it's just a benefit all around, accelerating what can be built. The more expansive vision of Keepers that I'm truly excited about, and I'm already starting to see certain protocols taking advantage of, is the ability to actually offload certain amounts of computation into a Keeper network. So the way that this looks, and in practice it can actually be done today at this very moment, is the broadcasting of a smart contract on chain into a network like Ethereum. That contract that was broadcast and deployed on chain then can be split into two equal parts. It can have a portion that is supposed to be executed on the blockchain network, and then it can have a subsequent portion, maybe even a very large portion, that would be extremely costly to run on the blockchain network in the Keeper network. So the Keeper network, basically at no cost, or just like web systems cost, just base minimal hardware and web traffic cost, which is like the lowest cost you're going to get for any computation, can now execute a portion of the code that was broadcast and deployed on chain. Now, the benefits of this are twofold. Firstly, you've deployed the code on chain, so everybody can verify what the Keeper network is going to compute for you. That Keeper network is only for that contract, and it is not going to compute anything else for anybody else. It's not going to do anything else. It's a distinct service that only computes that piece of code for that one contract on a committed SLA type of basis. And so everybody knows this Keeper network has committed to run that code, which has been deployed on chain. So now you know that this trust minimized Oracle network is committing to run that code. So you have certain assurances and certain cryptographic truth and certain transparency there. And then the Keeper network runs that code. So if you had a contract that you wanted to make more robust, you didn't want to pay a lot of Ethereum fees, or you wanted certain privacy about that code, guess what? You can broadcast it, and then you can have it run in the Chainlink Keeper system. And the Chainlink Keeper system can look at a multitude of on-chain and off-chain activity. And this is a very, very extensible capability that we already see some of the protocols we're working with that are using Chainlink Keepers doing. We're seeing them basically say, hey, I want a more robust, more advanced hybrid smart contract. Here's what I want happening on chain for cost or speed or whatever other reasons. Here is the code that I want to run off chain in a trust minimized way. And here's what I needed to do. I needed to tell me the time. I needed to go get some data. I needed to compute some things. I needed to compute something else. Once you see the results, I needed to monitor a contract somewhere and then do something based on that monitoring, because smart contracts can't even really monitor each other unless they're kicked by a Keeper system. And so this is extending to a very large degree what smart contract developers can build with a trust minimized system that generates cryptographic truth on that topic. And so that's quite an amazing innovation, in my opinion. And I think it's going to generate a lot of very advanced use cases. Now, if this is something that you would find useful, if you're a developer, if you're building various blockchain-based applications, I think you should really check this out. This is a decentralized, easy-to-use form of off-chain computation that in a matter of minutes can allow you to offload some of your centralized responsibilities to a decentralized system that you can configure. You can add more nodes, you can add less nodes, you can expand what the nodes are computing for you, and you can prove all of that to your users so they know that this portion of your smart contract is not run by you, is not in a black box, but it is in this cryptographic truth, decentralized, completely end-to-end provable model, which is the model that I think everyone here is going towards. The next aspect of what we're working on, and what I think it's important to say, is the cross-chain compute aspect, right? So there's the off-chain data that the off-chain services and the off-chain payment systems that Oracle networks allow contracts to use. There's the off-chain compute that you can't do in centralized systems because they don't have a trust minimized aspect. You need to do them in some kind of trust minimized Oracle network-like system. But then there's also the cross-chain aspect. And the cross-chain aspect is actually the way to make some of the most advanced smart contracts, and really the smart contracts of the future, what we call cross-chain dApps or cross-chain smart contracts. It's the ability to string together multiple smart contracts from multiple chains using one smart contract, for data. Maybe there's a supply chain blockchain somewhere with data about, what's going on with a good. Maybe there's another blockchain somewhere that you want to do a payment in. Maybe there's another blockchain where the contract itself operates. And then maybe there's 5 other blockchains that you want to use to generate various DeFi, DeFi interactions. This is why, we're quite proud and very excited to be announcing CCIP. So CCIP is something we've been working on for many years. In our initial white paper, we made it very clear that we want to support all leading smart contract networks for both off-chain and cross-chain interactions. And CCIP is similar to TCP/IP and other protocols that seek to provide connectivity and seek to make disparate different systems work under one messaging and under one communications standard. So CCIP is really about creating a global open source standard such as TCP/IP or others that will allow blockchains to interoperate with each other, will allow smart contracts from different blockchains to send each other commands, and obviously enable the movement of tokens between chains. And this is the final piece of the puzzle that we are now very, very focused on and have already been working on for years, about how we want to enable a truly cross-chain set of smart contracts where all the different features of all the different blockchains and all of their different capabilities really need to be something that we give people access to. Because giving people and developers the ability to generate a smart contract on Ethereum, use DeFi protocols on other chains, send a payment on a Hyperledger payment system, maybe get collateral in Bitcoin, or do whatever complicated combination they want to do, is something that will unlock an entire world of innovation in our industry. It will unlock an entire new set of applications that were previously not available and previously not possible. And that's why we're doing this, right? We're doing this because we want to enable hybrid smart contracts to reinvent how the world works through this collaboration between different smart contracts, different chains, different capabilities. And we are positive, and we already see a huge demand for the ability to use multiple applications on multiple chains, multiple services on multiple chains, multiple smart contracts on multiple chains. So this is now the expanded definition of a smart contract, right? The initial definition of a smart contract might have been a tokenization contract, and that's it. And then it expanded to a tokenization contract with a voting contract. And then it expanded to a tokenization contract with a voting contract that uses a data feed. That's DeFi. And then it expanded to, tokenization, voting, off-chain data feed through an Oracle network like Chainlink, and maybe some off-chain computation. That's more advanced DeFi. And now, with the help of the work that we're doing on CCIP with the large and growing community of contributors and thought leaders working with us, I think what you'll see is that a smart contract will actually be defined by a tokenization contract, a voting contract, a multi-sig contract, a few off-chain data feeds, a few off-chain keeper systems that do computation, and a few other contracts in a few other places that provide distinct services and tokens and DeFi and other capabilities. And that will be the definition of a smart contract. That will be what a smart contract is. And that will be better for everybody, because the amount of capabilities that are going to appear from that is once again going to grow the industry. It's going to grow the industry based on the usefulness that that's going to provide to the entire blockchain ecosystem, to the entire world. And once again, that's our goal. Our goal is to grow the usefulness of the industry, just like DeFi has grown the usefulness of the industry with the help of off-chain data. And that's going to be a recurring pattern. more off-chain services, more off-chain capabilities, more advanced smart contracts, more useful things for society, more users coming in and building things, using things that have blockchains. And eventually, to a larger kind of societal and collective consciousness understanding of cryptographic truth. Because if you're getting cryptographic truth in one part of your life and you're not getting it in another part of your life, you're confused, right? You're thinking, hey, I have all these great cryptographic truth guarantees in my financial part of my life, but my insurance company isn't giving it to me. I don't think I like that. That's what all of this is going to result in as we gradually provide capabilities to developers and they gradually build more advanced smart contracts. That's how we get our industry from 1.5 trillion to hundreds of trillions, to powering how the world works. Now, one concrete example of this that I'd like to walk through is our work with Celsius. So we're very proud to be working with Celsius, who has over 16 billion in total value locked in their systems, and close to 1 million users using them to generate yield on their cryptocurrency. Now, Celsius is an interesting organization, an interesting company, because with our help and with our collaboration, they're actually combining certain centralized systems with certain decentralized systems on a progressive and more rapid basis. And one of the things that CCIP and the ability to bridge value into other blockchains will allow them to do is it'll actually allow them to use various DeFi protocols such as Aave. And it'll allow them to use those protocols on different environments like Ethereum or Arbitrum or others. And so Celsius's plan, and I think this is going to be the plan of many different user-focused applications, and eventually the plan of many banks, and eventually the plan of many fintechs, is how do I interoperate with all of the useful smart contracts in all of the environments that can provide value to my user base? And more importantly, how can I do that with the most security and with the minimal technical investment? Both of which the CCIP standard and our approach to programmable bridges provides, which I'll go into more detail here. So generally speaking, what you're going to be seeing with the CCIP implementations is people like Celsius sending both commands and tokens to a CCIP-enabled programmable bridge. And what programmable bridge means is that they will send both the tokens and the instructions of what to do with the tokens to the bridge. The bridge will then move the tokens into relevant protocols according to the instructions that were given to it by somebody like Celsius. So the bridge is not just moving tokens and saying, good luck, I hope you know where to send them, or I hope you know what to do on whatever blockchain. The bridge is accelerating the speed at which Celsius and other cross-chain dApps, right? Because in this case, Celsius is very much becoming a very, very cross-chain enabled dApp and kind of collection of centralized and decentralized systems. It enables them to rapidly both send tokens and send the commands and instructions of what to do with the tokens, which means they don't necessarily need to deeply integrate with anything. They just need to send the tokens and the instructions. And now they can easily utilize not only multiple chains, but multiple smart contracts on those chains, such as Aave. And this is a huge benefit for everybody. So the first thing that it does is it allows Celsius and their users to gain access to all these different chains and all their different smart contracts. And the second thing that it does is it provides massive amounts of value to those protocols on those blockchains that want to interface with that user base, right? So Celsius has a user base of close to 1 million users with 16 billion total value locked. That's growing pretty rapidly. Aave has an amazing lending protocol that can reliably and with the help of various cryptographic truth guarantees provide a lending dynamic that other systems that Celsius has access to can't. And Celsius's users may want to use Aave, and they may want to get their yield from there, and they should absolutely be able to do that. And more important, they should be able to do that on all the blockchains where Aave has lending markets, because one of the lending markets might be better, or one of the lending markets might be about something that isn't somewhere else. And so this is an example of a cross-chain application that is leveraging CCIP, leveraging programmable bridges to building advanced smart contract applications. And this is the picture of what's to come, because they're leveraging external data, they're leveraging the cross-chain interoperability protocol, CCIP, they're leveraging programmable bridges, and what it's getting them is a more transparent system that proves to their users with various sources of cryptographic truth what's going on. It's allowing their users to use more applications and get more useful outcomes from various smart contracts. And it's fundamentally kind of changing their relationship with the entire blockchain industry. And so this is what we want to achieve with CCIP. Generally speaking, CCIP is a part of a larger stack with a number of different stakeholders and a number of different community members and a number of different kind of parties that need to fit into a larger holistic model. And that holistic model, is basically based on our viewing of it on these, 4 levels. And then it has one fifth kind of critical aspect and system that we provide on the right here, the anti-fraud network. So the first level is the consensus and transport level. This is the computing infrastructure. This is the physical computing environment, which is, not surprisingly, the Chainlink networks, right? The Chainlink networks, using OCR 2.0, will be able to generate even more efficient computations on a greater amount of topics. So OCR 1.0 was a protocol we released to increase the efficiency of Chainlink's ability to deliver data by over 90%. So almost a 10x increase in efficiency, which allowed us to scale the amount of Chainlink data-related networks to hundreds and soon to thousands, and which allowed us to really generate a faster response time, a cheaper response time, and so on. OCR 2.0 is going to have an even greater, it's not going to have a 10x improvement on efficiency, but it's going to have a very large improvement on efficiency. And more importantly, it's going to provide a more generalized computation capability for things such as signature aggregation about events on various blockchains. So OCR 2.0 is the consensus methodology at the core of the cross-chain bridge and at the core of the Chainlink networks that will be generating the consensus to approve various transfers between chains, whether those are messages or whether those are tokens. Now, the other thing that OCR 2.0 does is its efficiency gains allow us to add even greater amount of nodes. So if you've seen some of the things going on today at the conference, you would have seen large enterprises like Swisscom joining the Chainlink network and becoming node operators, alongside other node operators like T-Systems from Deutsche Telekom and other enterprises in the future. So what you're really seeing is the highest quality validator set, the highest quality node network in the blockchain industry is only going to become more high quality. And OCR 2.0 is going to only allow a greater and greater conglomeration of larger and larger node networks. And so if you look at the other cross-chain bridges, you'll see 2 things. You'll see certain cryptographic mistakes about how the protocol is built that have involved losses of funds in the tens of millions because certain cryptographic primitives were improperly connected and the fundamental principles of the design were flawed. And then you'll see node networks in the single digits. And node networks often made up of a relatively small amount of node operators that are either anonymous, so you don't know who's controlling the cryptocurrency, or individuals, just a single person who doesn't have a security background, who doesn't have a DevOps background. Obviously, those people can join Chainlink networks and can make Chainlink networks. But if you're going to have a physical compute infrastructure, a decentralized infrastructure that eventually secures trillions of dollars in value, you want to have a system that gets you the best node operators, that directs fees towards the best node operators, and that progressively improves the quality of the network as the value secured by grows, which is a distinct advantage that Chainlink networks have, and that OCR 2.0 only accelerates because it allows us to add even greater amounts of nodes, such as hundreds of nodes, into a Chainlink network that is bridging, let's say billions of dollars. The next level is CCIP, the Cross-Chain Interoperability Protocol. Fundamentally, CCIP is an open source global standard that we're collaborating on, that we're collaborating around with a number of important stakeholders. like Celsius, like various blockchains, like various DeFi protocols, like various bridge providers, various groups that need a reliable messaging protocol. So the CCIP is not necessarily about building a bridge. It can be used to build a bridge. It's about moving commands and information between chains. Because it's those commands and information which will fundamentally make up any bridge. And so at the lowest level, you have the Chainlink Oracle networks coming to consensus using OCR 2.0, growing in larger and larger number with higher and higher quality node operators that have greater and greater amounts at stake to guarantee that the bridge is going to operate properly. And then you have a messaging system that has a very distinct purpose and a separation of concerns around messaging, right? Around the transaction of messaging and information in command. And what this does is it enables cross-chain smart contracts, because smart contracts can now send commands to each other on different chains. It creates a global standard for blockchain interoperability. And very importantly, it enables various existing bridges, various, current interfaces to build a better bridge, to build a better interface with various blockchains. Because that messaging layer absolutely has to be secure. It can't be manipulated, right? You need the physical compute infrastructure, doing things in a decentralized way, coming to consensus about the signatures that need to be aggregated about what messages to be sent, and then you need the messaging system to be secure. And so that's why those are the two primary levels we're focused on. We're focused on making a highly reliable Oracle network that can aggregate signatures and can verify things on various chains reliably, and a messaging protocol that can send messages to different chains in a hyper-reliable manner. Now, this is, once again, all about messages, right? So in subsequent presentations at the conference, you will see the details about the log system and the Chainlink message routing contract and a number of other things. So I don't really have time to go in this presentation, but what you'll really see is that it is about sending commands. It is about generating events that move between chains in a hyper-reliable way, so that one smart contract can say, I want to release a token from that contract in another chain, or another contract can say, hey, mint a token on that chain, or lock a token on this chain. And it's really about sending these commands through messages. So it's not necessarily about token movement, it's about generating a messaging protocol, and that's really what CCIP's focus is. Once again, as a global open source standard that we're collaborating on with multiple bridges, multiple external kind of DeFi applications, multiple CeFi applications, multiple blockchains, and so on. And what this is meant to do is just make everybody's life easier and more secure so that the DeFi applications can get more value into them. The blockchains can interoperate with each other and get more interactions between them and various user bases that they want access to. The CeFi applications can usually use blockchains. It's really just a massive benefit for everybody, because everybody just gets more usability from our entire ecosystem. The next level in the cross-chain stack is the cross-chain services level. Now, the cross-chain services level is really about creating bridges and creating cross-chain applications. Bridges are more along the lines of using CCIP to generate token movements for whatever topic the application or the user wants, right? So the programmable bridge is an initial reference implementation that we've made, and we're kind of making now, and we'll be releasing at some point, to show how you use CCIP to make a very advanced bridge. And advanced means not just the movement of tokens, but send my token to chain X and then monitor and put it into a DeFi application, monitor the yield of the DeFi application. And if the yield falls below a certain point, return it back to me. So you don't only send your tokens, you send your tokens and instructions about what to do with them. And the bridge abstracts away all the complexity of having to use that chain, of having to use those DeFi applications. You just get the benefit. You just get the benefit of that chain. You just get the benefit of all those DeFi applications. The DeFi applications benefit because they get far more usage this way. The chains benefit because the amount of transactions that they're executing for the DeFi applications or the services or the unique abilities they have, skyrockets. And the whole ecosystem benefits because everybody can just build more and more advanced things which once again allows us to turn around to society and say, hey, we've built this amazing advanced hybrid smart contract. Here's what it does, right? It allows you to use all the different DeFi applications in this programmatic way. It's getting you even more value as a user. You should use DeFi because this hybrid cross-chain application can generate all this important kind of usefulness to you as a user. Now, once again, the Chainlink programmable token bridge is built on CCIP. It's a reference implementation, and we absolutely encourage other people to build bridges. So we want others to build bridges on CCIP. The reason we're focused on CCIP and not building bridges is because we want to provide the fundamental messaging layer and the fundamental blockchain infrastructure, not the blockchain, but like the Oracle infrastructure that is going to reliably execute the CCIP messages. The ability to build bridges is something we want other people to take on. The programmable token bridge reference implementation, I think, will be very impressive and very useful. And it'll have amazing features that I don't see in any other bridges, and it will have security guarantees that other bridges simply don't provide based on the way they're architected with the use of cryptographic primitives, or because they're not using Chainlink networks and they don't have a sufficiently large collection of nodes. Fundamentally speaking, what you're really going to see is a very large amount of messages. I think you're going to see a large amount of messages for a number of different bridges in the blockchain ecosystem, which I think don't fundamentally want to build the messaging layer or the physical infrastructure layer of node operators. I think they want to build a bridge that manages the movement of tokens somehow for different interfaces or even from their own interface. And that's what I've seen. I've seen a lot of people build bridges and then be forced to make a validator set or be forced to come up with a messaging protocol because they needed a bridge. And what they really want is a bridge. So we will have a programmable token bridge that we're absolutely thrilled for people to use. But we absolutely encourage other people to use CCIP to build their own bridges and to build even more advanced bridges. And then also to build cross-chain dApps that have their own unique bridging functionality built right into the dApp. So its own bridging conditions and its own messaging conditions built right into the application itself, right into different smart contracts. Once again, sending those commands over CCIP. The next level of the cross-chain stack that we focused on and worked on is the anti-fraud network. So the anti-fraud network, I think, is an amazing and unique innovation where we are able to generate an Oracle network, partly based on our work on proof of reserves, that monitors various key aspects of risk. So if you look at any system out there in the traditional world that moves any kind of value or anything, they always have a risk management and a fraud management and an anti-fraud department, and often a very complicated set of AI-driven systems. This is what the anti-fraud network does in a transparent, cryptographically truth-based, decentralized manner. It monitors all of the activity at all levels of the messaging system, the bridging system, and anything else that CCIP or Chainlink networks would be used for in regards to cross-chain communication, movements of tokens, or anything else. So the anti-fraud network is a separate parallel Oracle network sitting next to each cross-chain bridge that comes in the form of a DON, and it's at the most detailed level possible, monitoring the activity on both chains, what's happening with the minting, burning, locking, unlocking, what's happening with messages, are they being delivered, what's happening with the aggregated signatures from the Chainlink networks, are there any deviations, do those bridges need to be slowed down or sped up, what are the risks with those bridges? They're basically scanning for an endless collection of issues, reorgs, not enough confirmations, any number of risks. And then what the anti-fraud network does, similarly to what risk management and anti-fraud systems do in the real world, is they mitigate risk. So they manage risk in order to make it so that the Chainlink messaging protocol, the Chainlink programmable bridge, CCIP messages are all being accepted or not accepted according to the levels of risk that are deemed acceptable by users. Because once again, if you look at any system that moves around value, it has a dynamic like this. It has a risk management system, an anti-fraud system, a department that does this, AI that does this. And it just makes complete logical sense that if you're going to move critical messages between chains, if you're going to move tokens between chains, you want an anti-fraud system. But in the spirit of our industry and in the spirit of cryptographic truth, you want that anti-fraud system to be on a decentralized Oracle network. You want it to be transparent, and you want to know what it's doing, and you want it also to become more and more advanced. So this anti-fraud network can grow to extreme levels of advancement, possibly even running certain AI algorithms or any number of traditional anti-fraud mechanisms. So I think the anti-fraud network is going to be something extremely useful for bridges. I think it's going to be extremely useful even for users of CCIP. And I think it's actually going to have a life of its own in other categories of fraud management, even outside of the cross-chain world. This is one of the key innovations that we've been working on. As I've said, we've been working on CCIP, cross-chain, and all of these things for years. You can see, that this was our goal in the very initial Chainlink white paper. And this is one of those innovations that I think is going to have a very large impact on the ability to go from millions in bridges to billions in bridges to eventually trillions in bridges and flowing through something like CCIP. The next level of the stack is applications and user interfaces. Fundamentally, applications and user interfaces are either about cross-chain dApps like Celsius that are now interfacing with multiple different chains and need the security guarantees of that, or it's about just interfaces, various apps, wallets, lending interfaces, whatever interfaces that want to efficiently use different contracts on different chains. It's really about enabling all of these places that have large user bases, whether that's a wallet, an exchange, a crypto lending system, to interface and get the benefit of various chains. And once again, this benefits everybody. This benefits the user base of those apps and wallets. It benefits the chains because they're getting a greater user base. It benefits the DeFi protocols because they're getting a bigger user base. And it benefits our industry because, once again, the applications people are able to build are just more advanced, right? And once again, that's our goal. Our fundamental goal is to provide a more advanced version of what our industry provides and to enable greater usability for the larger kind of global ecosystem of contracts, of finance, of insurance, of trade. And that is what will bring our industry into the future. That is what will make our industry about, hundreds of trillions of dollars, not $1.5 or $2 trillion. The fascinating direction that this goes in, right? The fascinating direction that this is really evolving in already now is the direction of the entire world's value flowing through a Chainlink abstraction layer. If you really think about it, and you think about what do web startups, web 2.0 firms with thousands of employees, fintechs, and enterprises with tens of thousands of employees want to do in relation to blockchains, the answer is they just want to use them. They just want to use the blockchain, and they only want to use the blockchain really for the reasons that they can use a contract on the blockchain. So what does CCIP do? And what does the Chainlink abstraction layer do? It enables people to send commands to various blockchains and even utilize various smart contracts from a single interface. This is absolutely fantastic and amazing for the entire blockchain industry, for the simple reason that the value locked in Web 2.0, fintech land, enterprise land, can now flow into blockchain networks. If before they were stuck in integrations, they were stuck in choosing the right blockchain, they weren't able to integrate with certain blockchains because they were somewhere lower on their list, or God knows what reason. With a single interface, Web 2.0, fintechs and enterprises can integrate with all the world's blockchains, with Chainlink being, announced and integrating with over 100 chains. And not only that, but they can efficiently use all the applications on those chains. That's a next level improvement of integration. And I personally think from our conversations with various enterprises that this is exactly what they need. They need to take all of their existing systems, all of their existing workflows, all of their existing processes that they've trained 1,000, 10,000 employees on, all their existing messaging protocols, all their existing routing systems for messages. They need to put it into an abstraction layer like Chainlink, and they need it to come out on the other side in a separate standard that allows them to reliably and in a provable manner interact not only with the blockchain, but also with the applications on a blockchain. So not only will they be able to send a command to a blockchain, but they'll be able to send the command to a specific contract. Personally, my personal point of view is that this extends even beyond enterprises. If we arrive at a world where CBDCs are on a blockchain, I personally think that there needs to be a global standard for how those CBDCs interoperate with other blockchain networks. And I think that's a far, far ways away. And I think CBDCs are very early. And I know there's a lot of, controversy about CBDCs. But my personal point of view is that if CBDCs are in a blockchain-based format, the ability for them to interoperate with blockchain networks and the ability for them to use DeFi applications will open the floodgates and will simply allow trillions upon trillions, hundreds of trillions of dollars to flow into blockchain networks, both public and private. So whether CBDCs are issued on blockchains or not, I don't know. But if they are issued on blockchains, then they will naturally need a solution to both interoperate with various enterprise systems, and they will need a solution to interoperate with various blockchain networks. And enabling that interoperation will be an extreme positive in the ability to allow trillions of dollars to flow into, the purchases of Bitcoin, the use of Ethereum DeFi, the use of gaming applications, the use of any number of other things. Fundamentally, if the world moves to a blockchain-based model, whether that's for supply chain data or global trade data or insurance-related contracts or CBDC, asset ownership or real estate ownership, what really matters is that the entire world moves to this cryptographically truth-based model. And our role is accelerating the interoperation, the access to data, the access to off-chain compute that's trust minimized for that to happen. And I personally think every single time that, an enterprise integrates into a blockchain, any CBDC that starts to interoperate with a blockchain like Ethereum or Bitcoin or any others is going to bring a huge flow of value into those environments. And I think that is gonna really, really change our industry personally. So my personal goal is to build these decentralized systems, get as many people as I can using CCIP, building cross-chain applications. And if CBDCs do go in a blockchain-based way, then enabling the value from those environments to flow and to interoperate with blockchain systems and DeFi applications will be a huge win for everybody. This is what the Chainlink kind of universe of decentralized services looks right now. There's the validated data universe, there's the off-chain computation universe, now there's the cross-chain universe, which hopefully I've been able to create clarity about why that's very meaningful. Generally speaking, I think that this universe is going to continue to grow with identity solutions, with various other capabilities that we see smart contract developers need. We will not be making a blockchain. We will not be making DeFi products. We will not be making the smart contract applications themselves. Our goal is to accelerate what DeFi developers, gaming developers, insurance developers can do with blockchains. And that is fundamentally tied to enabling a greater amount of capabilities in the world's blockchains by attaching all of these decentralized services around them, right? So our fundamental goal is to provide price and market data, proof of reserves, all the world's data, random number generation, keepers and various off-chain computation, expanded forms of computations like FSS, bridging and messaging capabilities through CCIP and various programmable token bridge implementations that other people in the community build or whoever builds, and to fundamentally augment what blockchains can build, which we see as the critical missing piece, and which we've already seen greatly accelerate what DeFi can do. Our fundamental belief and what we've seen in practice is that as each cross-chain service goes, as each decentralized service being Steam and has more Oracle networks, going from tens of Oracle networks to hundreds, and going from tens of users to hundreds of users, those markets just speed up, right? There's just more useful stuff being built. The markets speed up, more people build things, more people need services. So our fundamental cycle is, hey, here's a great decentralized service, build something cool. Okay, you as developer build something cool. Wow, everybody's using that. Wow, there's more developers that want to build that type of application. How wonderful. Here's more services to do that. Oh wow, we helped invent an entire category of useful smart contracts. How exciting is that? By the way, we're reinventing what smart contracts do. We're reinventing their benefit to society. We're reinventing all these beneficial aspects of what our industry does. So that's the ancillary impact of that. I once again believe that we are at the very, very, very early stages, just based on basic arithmetic, right? This percentage in some of my previous presentations was about 2.5. So the percentage in DeFi has grown. But as a percentage, it's still unbelievably low. It's still less than 5%. So if you think that 70 billion in DeFi is impressive, just another 5% and that doubles, right? I personally think that that's gonna probably 10x to at least 50% is gonna be in DeFi. And that means that DeFi is gonna be approaching the value of $1 trillion. In DeFi. That's my expectation. That's what we're building towards. That's why we need to build hyper secure systems, hyper reliable systems, for whether that's for data, keepers and automation, random number generation, cross-chain messaging, whatever it is. Because that's the world that we expect. That's the world that we're driving towards. If you go outside of the blockchain world and you look at the value that's outside of it, I mean, we're not even at the early innings of this. Like the game hasn't even started. Like we're at like whatever the pregame thing is, where there's like some music playing or something. We're at before the beginning, right? Most people haven't even come and taken their seats yet. It is unbelievably early. If you look at the amount of value that is going to be transformed into a hybrid smart contract based form, I mean, we're so far below 1% that, it's not even worth mentioning. And once again, this is where I think the world is going. This is where we want to take the world. We want to go to the place where the entire world operates based on cryptographic truth. And there's actually industries missing from this diagram. The gaming industry isn't on this diagram. The insurance industry isn't on this diagram. The trade finance industry for global trade isn't on this diagram. A bunch of other industries like the ad network industry aren't on this diagram. All of those are going to be powered by cryptographic truth. All of them. That is where this is going. That is what we're building for. That is what our industry should seek to achieve. That is what we want to achieve. We want to change the world from a just trust us paper promises mess, where people can change things up whenever the hell they want, to a cryptographically guaranteed system of math-based truth, where nobody can change anything unless it's been codified in an encrypted system. And that fundamental difference, in my opinion, will result in this transition. And this will be, in my opinion, one of the largest transitions in history of how the world works. And that's why I'm grateful to be working on it. That's why I work on this way. That's why I am into this. I am into this because there will be a point in history where people say there was before cryptographic truth and there was after. And before cryptographic truth, the world was a mess. And nothing was predictable and everything was failing every 10, 20 years. And there were booms and busts and economic crises every couple of decades. And after cryptographic truth, we entered a new age of productivity, emerging market growth, reliability, and simply just an ability for people to interact with each other in a predictable way. And that's why this will happen. That's why I believe in this. The value and the reason for this happening is fundamentally there. And I personally see it every single day in the users we work with. And after people experience cryptographic truth and use it as a user or use it as an institution or use it as a fintech, they don't want to go back. Doesn't make sense. They don't understand even the way that the other systems worked, because it's like it's just a joke to them once they experience what cryptographic truth actually offers. Once again, there's a virtuous cycle that we need to generate. We need to provide all the services. We need to provide all the decentralized systems. We need to provide all of the messaging protocols. We need to provide all the capabilities that are going to take the world into a state of cryptographic truth. That's what we do here. That's what we care about. That will likely result in an increase in the amount of services that are used and in the amount of services that we launch. So I don't even think this is the amount of services that Chainlink networks will run. I think this is a relatively small list. But I think this is the general dynamic, is that we have a virtuous cycle and a chicken and egg problem that we solve, where you couldn't build fraud-proof gaming in certain cases without fraud-proof randomness. And once you could, you had fraud-proof gaming. And then people came and played it, and then other people came and said, man, I want to make a fraud-proof game. Or you couldn't build DeFi without certain types of data, and now you have that data, and now you can build DeFi. And guess what? People really want DeFi, because the paper promises of Robinhood or Wirecard or Enron or whoever are no longer their only choice. And so that is what we need to keep doing. We need to keep generating these services with our amazing community, our amazing partners, our amazing users, all of these people that we work with that we're just amazingly grateful to work with in enabling them and helping generate a world powered by cryptographic truth. So once again, I'm truly amazed at where we are in history. I think the ability to transition the world from a just trust us paper promises model to a cryptographic truth, mathematically guaranteed world is a once in a lifetime, probably once in a many lifetime opportunity. I'm personally deeply grateful every single day to be working on it. And I'm just amazingly impressed by a lot of the other people working on it with me. I'm also amazed that we finally have the technology thanks to Bitcoin and other subsequent advanced iterations like Ethereum and others to finally solve the problem of just trust us paper promises and replace those with cryptographic truths. So not only, is this a unique time in history, but we can actually solve this problem in the next few years. And I think that'll be looked on with real historical significance. That's my personal belief. I think it'll be looked on as something like the internet. Because just like the internet, it'll completely reinvent how people work with each other, how the world works, how people interact with each other, whether they have or don't have certain things like bank accounts, insurance, any number of other things, for the reason that cryptographic truth was previously unavailable and it became available. Now, if this is interesting to you and you're interested in solving these types of problems and you can see that cryptographic truth is the future of how the world will work, I encourage you to contact us. We work with people all over the world. We work with people in every country in the world. We want to work with you to make sure that your insight, your talent, your belief, your interest in generating cryptographic truth and making the world work in this way is something we can collaborate with you on. We have over 250 people right now at Chainlink Labs, some of the most amazing, most impressive people I've ever met in my life. And we're growing rapidly to help enable this together with many other teams in the Chainlink ecosystem. And I encourage you to join those teams or to join us and to really examine if changing the way the world works by making it run on cryptographic truth is something that you find interesting. And if that is an idea that you find interesting, and if you have a desire to work on that, whether you work in research or engineering or marketing or sales or operations, there are teams in our ecosystem that want to work with you, that are growing rapidly due to the demand that the Chainlink system and networks are experiencing. And we want to hear from you, and we want to work with you in a very collaborative, fast-moving, impactful environment. Because I have to tell you, on a daily basis, we are now making this happen. So if you're thinking about, do I want to work in the blockchain industry? Where do I want to work in the blockchain industry? I think Chainlink Labs and the Chainlink ecosystem is a great place to make an impact across many different use cases and many different chains, and generally just generate a lot of change in how our industry works and how useful it is to society in general. So if you're interested in this, please contact us. Beyond that, I really do want to say that I am deeply, deeply grateful to all of the people working on the various Chainlink network systems and services, on CCIP, on our efforts to make sure that users get an ability to integrate with Chainlink properly. All the people that inform people about Chainlink in a correct way and make sure that people know the benefits of it. And our amazing and kind of very supportive community, as well as the larger cryptos community. I think new appreciation for the benefits and improvements we can bring to the crypto industry. I'm very grateful to be working with all of you. And I can't mention everybody by name in this talk because there's just too many people, and even all the categories or all the specific initiatives. But for whatever it's worth, I think it's important for everybody to know that I and many of the people that I work with are deeply, deeply grateful for the support of everybody that puts forward effort to make sure that our systems are secure, reliable, provided to important users, and that people are properly informed about what this actually does and how it can improve their systems. So once again, thank you very much to our amazing team at Chainlink Labs, all the teams in the Chainlink ecosystem, the larger Chainlink community, the amazing developers we're working on with on the protocol, and all of our amazing developers and users that give us regular feedback on how to improve. I'm once again deeply grateful to all of you. So thank you for listening to my general explanation here. I hope it's been useful for you, and I'm looking forward to seeing many of you in person and working with many of you on realizing this vision of a world powered by cryptographic truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sergey, for your time and for your vision over the course of the years as well. It is very much appreciated on behalf of the Chainlink Labs team as well as the ecosystem as well. Thank you for your thoughts. Now we are going to move on into the SmartCon conference. Many of us have a seat at the game. Even though the game has not yet started, we're going to use these seats and learn as much as we can. So coming up next, we have Sergey again, but speaking with Alex Mashinsky from Celsius Networks to talk about their just announced integration of price feeds and now CCIP. So now we'll hear from Sergey and Alex.
Hi, everybody. I'm thrilled to be joined here by Alex Mashinsky, who has been doing amazing things in the blockchain industry for many years now. He initially pioneered a lot of voice over IP technologies, and now he's focusing on how to make blockchains and yield from DeFi and various other blockchain-based sources accessible to the rest of the world's billions of consumers. Alex, thank you for being here with me in this fireside chat. I also I'm always curious whenever I look at what Celsius is doing, the speed at which it's moving and releasing new capabilities. What are your near-term plans or even medium-term plans for providing even more access for yield and other blockchain-based financial products to a larger and larger universe of users?
Hi, Sergey. Great to be with you. Love the amazing stuff that Chainlink has been doing for the last few years, and we're super excited to expand our capabilities with you guys. Celsius is really developing a lot of new capabilities on the front end to enable customers not just to earn yield, but also enable to swap between assets. And to do that, we're using more and more of the different services and oracles that you guys provide. And also on the back end, our yield sources are now counting 6 different methodologies, DeFi being just one of them. And going cross-chain, multi-chain, again, using a lot of the stuff you guys provide is definitely part of the infrastructure that we're building to enable all of our customers to benefit from this globally, right? Without having necessarily to know all the intricacies of using this chain or that chain. So how do you see organizations like Celsius benefiting from these decentralized oracles? Obviously, we're seeing tremendous expansion in the need for these services, but what are the key benefits?
Yeah, so for organizations like Celsius that have been able to secure a lot of value for users using good private key signing and other systems without necessarily having everything in a smart contract on chain, I think the really attractive property here is being able to gradually decentralize more and more by consuming various decentralized oracle networks to provide cryptographic proofs around the value that you secure for users, which I think at this point is well over 16 billion. I've seen it be over 20 billion, and I consistently kind of see it growing. So I think the fundamental benefits and value are that you may have certain parts of your systems that secure user value through multi-sig and through some existing methodologies, but you can gradually decentralize greater and greater parts of Celsius through consuming things like Chainlink-based price data or Chainlink-based cross-chain services or any number of other decentralized oracle networks. So I think that's the model that we've been working in pretty heavily, and I think that's the right model because it allows an adaptation to users' demand for more cryptographic proof, for more decentralization, for more of all of these kind of properties and how they use blockchain-based financial products. But I'm also thrilled to hear your point of view on it, right? So how do you see Celsius becoming more decentralized over time?
Yeah, so Celsius is considered a CeFi or centralized finance, even though we have one leg in DeFi and one leg in traditional finance. Our goal is to really, again, build a bridge between those two worlds. Today, over 99% of all the money in the world is still in traditional finance. And we need to build bridges to really bring all that money over. It's not that money is created somehow in DeFi. Value shows up from traditional finance. It lands on different projects or different asset classes in DeFi and in other parts of the crypto community. And then it increases in value. So for us, basically showing our community and the community in general, all of the details of how we create yield, verifying that the assets came in the first place, where they were deployed, how did we earn this yield, did you receive the pro rata of that yield that you were supposed to receive, and was it distributed properly, and so on. All that are forms of decentralization that we're using with zero proof knowledge and other mechanisms. The project itself is called Proof of Community. And again, we're using Chainlink to really help us deliver this in a way that enables everybody, even people that are not Celsius users, to be able to go dig into the numbers, verify all this information, and make sure that we're building a sustainable and scalable organization that is going to be here for a very long time. I think the main problem we had and why Bitcoin was invented in the first place is because companies like, in 2008, when Lehman Brothers went bankrupt, I think it was August of 2018, just a few months earlier, their auditors told us that everything is great with Lehman Brothers, right? So how do we avoid all of that? We need transparency, we need decentralization, we need access to all the data.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'm thrilled that Celsius is now using Chainlink price data oracles to power a lot of the internal methodologies and calculations, and is then able to turn around and prove to users that the inputs into those calculations were done in a very transparent way, right? And that's kind of, I think, the vision of the future for whether it's CeFi or DeFi or even web companies. It's proving that the inputs have been made transparent and the outputs have been made transparent. And so the leeway that you have to deviate in the middle, the leeway that you have to do something that users don't expect or users wouldn't want you to do in the middle becomes very small, right? So that universe of things that could go wrong because of the cryptographic proofs and transparency from decentralized systems and decentralized oracles, and the fact that Celsius is now powered by Chainlink price data, eliminates a lot of those concerns that people, when looking at other CeFi or other web systems, they don't really know how things are being calculated because they don't really know the price data that's going in to prove what the settlement was or what the actual outcome should be. And so I really appreciate the forward thinking and kind of focus on security and decentralization that I've seen from the Celsius team in trying to make as much cryptographic proof through various blockchain-based systems, decentralized oracle networks like Chainlink, available to users. So that's the thing that I see that's pretty unique about how Celsius approaches this transparency and ability to create assurances for users.
Yeah, and because we use both blockchain-based and non-blockchain-based yield sources, we can't just rely on the traditional decentralized factors, but we do always have to rely on Oracle data to prove the pricing points and the inputs and everything else, right? So I think for us, being able to normalize all that data and provide it to the community in a way that they can consume, we call it Rewards Explorer is actually the name of the product that's doing this. And imagine going to your bank and asking your bank to tell you, okay, here's my paycheck, and I want to know where you're going to deploy it, how much you're going to earn on it. I want to know where did the money, I want to see that you got paid this yield or interest, and I want to see what the other people in the bank earned versus me, right? That's a laughable request to any bank in the world. But here we're delivering that both on DeFi and on CeFi, and that's what creates a real world application for 7.8 billion people, right? There isn't a person on this planet that will say, I'm rich enough, I don't need to earn more money on my money, right? And today, Celsius pays between 10 and 30 times more than your bank in yield. And obviously many, many other companies are not trying to replicate that as well. But that's what's going to bring the next several billion people into crypto.
Makes sense. So in this world where you're approaching all of these users and there's all these different environments, and you want to generate yield from all kinds of different sources, and you want all of that proven through Oracle networks, I think that's something that we've shown through the deployment of Chainlink networks powering Celsius is already 16 billion. That's something we've already been able to achieve. But the next question kind of becomes, I think, how does Celsius become a cross-chain enabled kind of financial product or set of products or ability to gain yield? So how do you view Celsius becoming a cross-chain based system or a multi-chain system?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And so again, Celsius invented this idea that you can earn yield on crypto, right? We wrote the paper back in 2016. We published it in 2017. We launched the product in 2018, a year or two ahead of all the other names that you heard of. And we support more blockchains. We support, I think, 16 different blockchains today, 42 different assets. That's more than anybody else. And so we are effectively a multi-chain platform today. But what we're layering on top of that is the ability to seamlessly transition value across different blockchains. And to do that, you really need to have super high accuracy on real-time values on all these different chains, because if you're enabling somebody to go from any to any asset or borrow any to any, you need to make sure that your data sources are extremely accurate. We've seen several places and problems on DeFi and on other platforms where the source of their data wasn't accurate or was not decentralized enough. And obviously that caused damage and losses to the participant of the network. So for us, being able to partner with a company like Chainlink to really make sure that all of our data is accurate at all times and is scalable, meaning we can actually handle the volume of transactions, the volume of interactions, is life or death for the products that we offer, right? So one of the innovations that we're working on right now, which we're jointly announcing, is our ability to basically lock value on any platform, for example, on Aave or any other DeFi platform, and verify that with Chainlink, and then basically be able to create wrapped assets or minted new assets on other chains, right? So that in the ability to link those values together and verify that is an extremely important piece of basically increasing the yield. I think worldwide there's competition for yield. Obviously, we're doing much better than what the bank's offering, but I think there is definitely a growing cross-chain need to be able to represent these values in real time and verify that the values are there, right? Verify that what you put, for example, on Aave is locked and is available for you to transact on other chains. So that being able to do that, I think, is something that is extremely new and valuable. And as you said, Sergey, we have over 16 billion in assets. We're looking to put more and more of that on DeFi as we can enable these type of services. So these unique benefits are really things that we worked on together, and I'm super excited about that. Maybe, Sergey, you can kind of explain the details and why this is so important.
Yeah, I think it's more so, in my view, about actually being able to use various DeFi protocols and various smart contracts on various chains. So it's not even in my mind. I think it's great to use Aave, and I think that's a great service. But I think it's even as interesting as using Aave on different chains and using various different protocols on different chains, because there is all this fascinating stuff in DeFi happening in different environments, right? And Aave has already successfully been able to generate yield and provide its services on other chains as well. And so that's really what I'm seeing with the DeFi community, is that there are many different DeFi ecosystems now coming to life, and all of them have different benefits with different yield and different fluctuating value that users want access through something like Celsius, right? And Celsius wants to provide yield to this larger and larger collection of users through this highly transparent, cryptographically proven methodology that includes, both the performant centralized CeFi approach and the decentralized, hyper-transparent cryptographic proof, cryptographic truth-based approach, right? Which is a very interesting combination. In any case, what I really see happening is great teams like Celsius being able to utilize various DeFi protocols on various chains to give your users access to that yield, which really benefits everybody. It benefits the users because the users have access to those protocols and their benefits. It benefits Celsius because Celsius can do that in a secure and reliable way with the help of decentralized Oracle networks and various other systems. And it also benefits the DeFi protocols because they get more access to a user base, right? They get more access to value locked. They basically become more used, which is always their express goal. The way I see Chainlink cross-chain services playing into this is very clear. I think there's these critical nuances around first moving the assets in some kind of really secure non-custodial way into these various environments so that they can actually be placed into the DeFi protocols, once again, in a way that creates a lot of assurance to Celsius and its users with a lot of transparency, which is exactly what decentralized Oracle networks expressly seek to do, and to do that in a very secure way. And then the second one is eventually actually creating the messages and the commands through a Chainlink cross-chain system that actually utilizes those DeFi protocols. So I think there's this fascinating world where not only can you move value into these other protocols through Chainlink cross-chain messaging and bridging and smart bridging capabilities and systems, but you can actually tell the Chainlink programmable bridge that, hey, I'm going to give you this many tokens, and I want you to actually enact this usage of a protocol over there. And so the bridge now becomes kind of an agent, a highly transparent, highly reliable agent that's in the control of Celsius and its smart contracts and its systems. But all of that is, once again, super transparent, right? So the user can know that they've been able to use 5 different DeFi protocols on 5 different chains for the purposes of getting access to the benefit of all those protocols. They've been able to do that through Celsius, but they have a transparent cross-chain infrastructure that allows not only the movement of value, but also the ability to direct that value in a very reliable way. And so I think supercharging both the rate at which value can be moved into these various chains for the use of these other protocols for the benefit of users, and the ability to also send messages is in combination going to be really, really powerful, because it's just going to accelerate the rate at which you can make something called cross-chain dApps or cross-chain kind of financial applications. And that's really what I see Celsius really seeing the benefit of and getting behind. It's really making a number of cross-chain applications that get its users a multitude of different benefits from different chains, whatever the great new DeFi product on whatever chain is with like 20% yield, Celsius users should be able to get access to that through an efficient, secure, and highly transparent cross-chain system. And that's really, I think, the great partnership that we formed here.
Right, and to add to that, the innovation used to be living only on one chain, which it all starts on Ethereum, and it lived there. But now, like you said, there are many chains, and they're all starving for that liquidity, right? Even if they have yield, in many cases, they need that liquidity to be able to really scale and operate at optimal efficiency, or be able to create that yield and optimal efficiency. So part of these bridges is also enabling liquidity to flow cross-chain to where it's needed the most, and which was not really possible before. It required many manual steps that took time and did not allow this liquidity to really flow efficiently. The vast majority of this value creation is then captured by the community through their participation, or through them providing this liquidity through platforms like Celsius.
Yeah, I think eventually we'll arrive at some place where you might even have vertically focused chains or geographically focused chains, and there in my opinion will be a very large degree of smart contract execution on Ethereum, including for DeFi. I think the interesting thing is allowing people to build basically cross-chain applications that use both Ethereum and whatever other benefits other chains have, whether that's getting something about supply chain data and combining that with DeFi and combining that with carbon credits on another chain, and kind of just building more and more advanced cross-chain applications. I do think that the core logic of certain smart contracts might still keep living in one primary chain. I don't know exactly how that's going to evolve, but right now that still looks heavily like it's Ethereum at the moment. Generally speaking, I'm super excited about enabling CeFi and DeFi to benefit from all the great work happening on various in various environments. And I think that the approach Celsius is taking, both by becoming more decentralized over time, providing these cryptographic proofs to users, and by generating all of this proof in your cross-chain movements. And it's amazing to me that there's going to be 16 billion, or probably by the time we're really getting this live, probably much more, being able to be sent to use various DeFi protocols and various smart contracts on various chains. I think that's going to be a really amazing picture of how really the blockchain world should operate, right? Is that you should actually be able to access data, you should be able to access the resources of other chains, you should be able to access
developers and liquidity to flow in all directions, because that's what the competition is not between this chain and that chain. The competition is between traditional finance and this new decentralized form where innovation is happening at 100 times faster pace than traditional finance. And really, for all of us to work together to build these bridges is creating the future of finance, is making a much more reliable, a much more sustainable ecosystem. And again, I come from a telecom world where we had global standards for the last 100 years or so, right? I worked before Celsius. I helped launch the first 5G device here in the United States with Verizon, the MiFi 1000, and that's a global standard, right? Even though we used components and pieces from maybe 100 different suppliers, it all came together and it worked because of these standards. And that's what we need to do here as well. We need to make sure that everybody works on a standard that the community can benefit from.
Completely agree. I think you just said it very, very well, that we're all just working on this together. And I think you and me have always really viewed this as growing the entire pie of our entire industry. And I think that'll result in much more value being secured on Ethereum and in various other places. And I think the real value of all this is just growing the usefulness of DeFi and blockchains for the larger financial ecosystem through all the unique benefits that it has. So I'm thrilled that we're working on this together, and I really appreciate your thoughtful feedback on all this. Alex, as usual, I'm thrilled that we're building a more decentralized, more transparent world together. Thank you so much for speaking with me here at the conference. I really appreciate it. As always, I'm thrilled that we're working together and looking forward to speaking again sometime soon. Thank you.
Thanks again. Thanks for having me back, and looking forward to next year's conference.
Thank you so much, Alex and Sergey. Appreciate those words. Coming off of Sergey's keynote to talk about Celsius and the recent integration and building the future of decentralized services together. One of the things Sergey mentioned in his keynote was keepers are now live, Chainlink keepers. So for our next panel, we've got a group of Chainlink users who are here to talk about some of the use cases for keepers. So for this next panel, I'm going to introduce Anush Vijayaraghavan from Chainlink Labs team. He's a new addition for many of you in the community, and I'll throw it over to Anush, who will then bring on our panel.
Perfect. Thank you, Andy. Perfect. Thank you for that, Andy. Hi, welcome everyone. I'm Anush Vijayaraghavan from Chainlink Labs, and I'm happy to be here today to moderate this panel on automation infrastructure and the use cases of Chainlink keepers. We have an excellent group of panelists here to talk about reliable automation, how automation is evolving as the blockchain ecosystem grows and becomes more sophisticated, and where Chainlink keepers fits into this picture. Smart contracts allow for a highly trustworthy collaboration across even distrusting parties, establishing and maintaining truth that we can all agree to. But there are limitations. They cannot communicate with the outside world on their own, a problem that's addressed through decentralized Oracle networks, and they require external input for actions to be taken, oftentimes cascading down from a user clicking a button somewhere on a UI. However, not all actions can be driven by immediate end user input, so we need to create these off-chain application layers and infrastructure layers to set on top of your smart contracts, so your dApps can be automated based on time, events, some combination of the two, perhaps some off-chain computation, rather than being solely driven by direct human interaction. Now, creating and maintaining this automation infrastructure is critical to the core function of many dApps. And today we will discuss the pitfalls and the opportunities that automation infrastructure presents and how to safely and reliably outsource this fundamental automation work. On our panel today, we have Kane Warwick, the founder of Synthetics, Max Figa from the core team at Barnbridge, Ernesto Boado, the CTO of Aave, Brendan Asselstein, the CTO of PullTogether, and Peter Van Morik, the CEO of Chainlayer. We have a lot to get through today, so I'll just jump right into it. As a starting point, it might be useful for the audience to hear a bit about your project and the role of automation in your work. Kane, would you like to kick us off with this?
Sure. So, for those of you who don't know, Synthetics allows you to get exposure to a range of different assets on Ethereum. It's a fairly complex smart contract suite, and we were lucky to work with Chainlink early to implement their oracles to support the network. But over the intervening 2 years, I think it's been now since we've been live, we've added a lot of new functionality, and there's a lot of aspects of the system that require intervention. And so we have a number of aspects of the protocol that, on a weekly basis, some bot or some keeper needs to come in and make a transaction based on some information that's on the blockchain, and it's just not possible to kind of automate those things with simple payments. So we've been talking to Chainlink about taking over a lot of that infrastructure as they do with our oracles, because we want a streamlined and simple interface for all of these different aspects of the system that need to be maintained.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Kane. Ernesto, would you like to cover Aave?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. For those who don't know what Aave is a liquidity protocol where people can supply assets to get yield on them or borrow them. And in general, it's a pretty a standalone running protocol, let's say, in the sense that it doesn't need so much automation, at least in multiple points. But there are certain aspects, like, for example, the liquidations where actually automation can improve the system by orders of magnitude. So another point is also like in certain paths where the computation are quite heavy, and potentially it could be re-architected to introduce other parties that do some kind of automation to optimize the cost. So yeah, pretty excited to see how it is going to look the ecosystem like in the future with intervention of keepers.
Perfect. Thank you, Ernesto. Peter?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Chainlayer is a node operator on the Chainlink network. We're also a staking service provider on a lot of networks, and I think Keeper for us enables us to do a whole lot of automation on things we now run in various crowns, various systems, and especially the security aspect of it is amazing. If you run a script that has to do something on chain, you basically need a private key somewhere. You need to secure it with ledgers or difficult things, and with Keeper, that whole part of security is basically outsourced to the node operators. We like to dog food Chainlink as node operators, and this is a perfect example of things we can do ourselves. So yeah, really excited.
Thank you, Peter. Brendan, would you like to go next?
Yeah. Thanks, Anush. So I'm Brendan from PullTogether, and PullTogether is a prize savings game. So users deposit into a prize pool, interest accrues, and that interest is awarded as a prize. And so the prizes are awarded periodically. We use Chainlink for two things. One, the Chainlink VRF to get a random number to select the winner or multiple winners. And two, we need that reward triggered periodically. And in fact, it can be triggered by anyone, but as Peter said, we effectively need a cron job to run it. But what we can do now is have the protocol cover the cost of rewarding the transactions, because of course that needs to be paid for, and have it managed all by Chainlink keepers. So it's a really effective system for us to be able to outsource that, which we try to do as much as possible. We don't want to run servers.
Understandable. Max, would you like to go next?
Sure. So BarnBridge is a risk tokenization protocol, meaning that we build applications that go after specific risks users in DeFi are trying to alleviate or get more exposure to. We rely on Chainlink keepers primarily for our smart exposure application, which allows anyone to create a pool between any two assets, any ratio they'd like, that will constantly rebalance kind of around the parameters of that pool. So that might be 5% deviation from the ratio between the two assets on a daily basis. And when that deviation is triggered, a Chainlink keeper can actually trigger the swap necessary to bring things back to parity with the kind of established ratio of a given pool.
Thank you, Max. So thank you all for introducing your company and how you're using Chainlink, as well as where you might see automation having an impact on your work. I think it'll be good for us to maybe dig a little bit deeper into how what considerations really go into the process of deciding how you do automation. The criticality of automation is clear in order to create more and more sophisticated dApps over time. But there are a number of difficulties to consider. There's DevOps maintenance concerns. There are centralized automation risks. There's economic incentive considerations. And maximizing decentralization is also critical as part of this. Perhaps you could share what are some of the complexities that you've found in your experience, and perhaps some pain points as well. I'd like to open this up to the entire panel and see where we go from there.
Well, I'm happy to start.
Excellent,
yeah.
Thank you.
I can kick it off. Yeah, So we've been using Chainlink VRF now for a good while now. In fact, probably over a year and a half or so. And an important consideration has been support, has been the ability to reach out to somebody if something goes wrong to get things in order again. And so that was a big consideration when looking at Chainlink keepers, is that there's accountability. And it's difficult to have that in all decentralized systems. I mean, if something happens on Ropsten, who do you talk to? Who do you reach out to? Do you just tweet it out and hope for the best, and see if someone picks it up? So that accountability is really important. And just because, in these kind of external systems, like, Oracle networks, essentially, if we include keepers as part of that kind of, then things are going to go wrong. There are going to be problems. It's inevitable. And so having a support system has been really, really valuable to us. So that's been the primary consideration. Secondary, as I already mentioned, we don't want to run servers. Our goal is to become a pure decentralized protocol. So we want to stick to our core value add, which is writing great smart contracts. And so being able to delegate that for a pretty minimal premium is really valuable to us. We want to make sure that it's done well by a professional community.
Thank you, Brandon. Kane, I think Synthetics has some very interesting scenarios to consider here. So yes, please.
Yeah, I think one thing I will say, if you're on Ropsten in 2021, you're probably NGMI, unfortunately. Sorry, Ropsten Maxis, but I think it's game over there. So I think with Synthetics, we've got a range of different things, right? And a range of considerations in terms of like incentivization, economic incentives, there's a whole range of considerations that we had. And what we ended up with over the course of multiple years was like this patchwork of different systems with different incentives, and, they were incompatible, and sometimes, things wouldn't work, and, actions wouldn't be triggered, and it was just a bit of a mess. And so we actually started working originally with Andre when he started developing Keeper, and we talked to him. But I think one of the primary considerations that was kind of not met for me, at least in that architecture, was this idea of taking the kind of auction process offline. So having some kind of mechanism to ensure that you weren't having these gas wars. So because we saw this a lot in the early days when we had keepers, even for simple things like closing a fee period. It got to a point where there were multiple different bots that were competing for it. And then over time, all of the less successful bots just dropped off to the point where there was only one, and then that one would fall over and then nothing would happen. And so we saw this play out. We saw this, kind of iterative game play out where like one person would take all of the spoils and then eventually, something would go wrong and there was no decentralization and it didn't work. And so it was really important to us that the architecture that we chose had this, component of some kind of off-chain system to ensure that you didn't have perverse economic incentives. So when Chainlink started working with Andre and all of this research started happening, and we started talking to you guys and going a bit deeper, that to me was like the primary consideration, that this was like this off-chain network. The economic incentives were aligned. You had confidence that you weren't going to have this winner-take-all effect, and then a very brittle system emerging over time. So you could kind of implement it and not worry about it and go away and assume that it was still going to be there in 6 months' time, and not be constantly monitoring to see what the state of it was.
Right. It's kind of the situation where it's game theory 101. You need to make sure that there's cooperation between all the keepers so that everyone is profitable in general and not have just a Wild West competition between all the different parties involved. Thank you for that, Kane. Max or Nessa, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
I can take that. I think what I find more interesting is like the implications that it has in architecture of new systems. Like personally, I suppose everybody else that has experience on smart contracts in the code knows that when you have a system that is too reliable on parties that needs to trigger something, usually the system, initially at least, seems a bit more fragile, because you need to have a good system of incentivization, you need to have good infra, because usually you need to check some conditions of chain to then trigger that action on chain. So we just try to avoid it as much as possible. But obviously in a lot of cases it's not possible to avoid it. So having something like Keeper, and we already also experimented with Andre back in the days with for the liquidations, on the previous system of Keeper, but having a system that is reliable in terms of infra and incentives, and systems like the Aave protocol that is basically running out there and decentralized doesn't really need to care that works well. I think it's a huge advantage even for future design of systems, where you can actually think, okay, maybe it's fine to have some scheduled tasks on the design because at least there is a reliable system out there that could cover them. So.
Right. Those are definitely some of the themes we've consistently seen when doing some of the user research on what are our users looking for from an automation infrastructure. Reliability is always coming up as like the number one in general. And that is represented in a number of different ways. And then the second thing we've been hearing a lot about is around ease of use. And a third and very critical component that we've seen from a segment of the marketplace seems to be around being able to do some of this computation off-chain, so that you don't have as much excess gas costs. If doing everything on chain is extremely expensive, reads are expensive over time. And so that's come up quite a bit in our discussions as well. Max, would you have any thoughts as to like how off-chain computation as part of a infrastructure model to trigger actions might benefit BarnBridge?
Sure. So when you think about the types of assumptions we make in DeFi today around risk management, right? It can be, you have to take into consideration what you can do on chain, and that's quite limited. Whereas, when we look at incumbents in legacy finance, they're, running risk algorithms day and night to manage their systems, right? And so when we think about where does DeFi head over the next 2-3 years, I think off-chain computation, kind of referencing back to smart contracts and being able to impact the parameters we're operating under in those smart contracts is going to be very critical. And something I'd add, just kind of on the last question line, right? Along with that expansion of DeFi and this expansion of complexity, I think there's definitely something to be said for specialized services like Keeper networks, right? Because if you imagine a new project launching today, maybe they're DAO first, maybe they're not, but it's going to become increasingly difficult to consider all of these other chains that might be a constellation around Ethereum, and how do you accommodate your apps across multiple ones, right? You have your own bots on every single network that may or may not be relevant to your apps, right? And so this idea that like having a keeper network allows you as a new team to kind of have this infrastructure kind of, again, in your sails, so to speak, as you're examining the wider landscape, I think is also really critical.
Agreed. And Peter, from Chainlayer's perspective, you guys are involved in being a fundamental infrastructure to the blockchain ecosystem. And I'm kind of curious, like from your perspective, how do you see long-term where automation can really help perhaps reduce some of the burden on your teams?
I think on our side, there's a lot of things we need to do on networks, like redelegate rewards, withdraw commissions, maybe even activate validators in some cases. And basically with Keeper, you can automate any on-chain thing, and especially with CCIP just being announced. For us, this I mean, this basically
lots of things coming together.
Yeah, this really opens endless opportunities for us to automate not just the infrastructure, because unfortunately we do need infrastructure to run our organization. And we like to automate infrastructure as much as possible, but the on-chain part is always something that's really hard to automate. To be honest, today I'm not really sure where we're going to end up in a year, but yeah, the possibilities are endless, basically. But I think we're really excited about facilitating other users with their goals. I think for us as an infrastructure company, we live because other people rely on our expertise regarding security and keeping things up. And this is just another perfect example of an opportunity where we as Chainlayer, and I think all node operators, are really going to be excited to be a part of automating more things on the side of our customers.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, and that kind of brings us to a future-looking concern. And obviously, it's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen, but blockchain is often seen as this democratizing foundation for the world to form trusted bonds without having to place the trust purely in brands, individual promises, or relying on institutions for adjudication purposes. So I'm personally very curious about how the ecosystem reacts to having an incredibly easy to integrate automation infrastructure at their fingertips. What will emerge next? If we look at how the ecosystem has been evolving over time, we've seen changes at an astounding rate. What DeFi is today was a dream 2 years ago, and that was broadly enabled by obtaining high-quality price and market data on-chain. So in a more future-looking perspective, what do you see as the potential changes we'll see as the ecosystem matures and automation infrastructure becomes a lot more easily accessible, so any dApp developer can make use of it in a matter of minutes? Brendan, would you like to jump on this one, or Ernesto?
Sure. Yeah, I can jump in. It's a very broad question.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I do want to make a quick comment, though, because your last question was a really good one, in that we have direct, and the question was how useful will it be to move that computation off chain? And with the current Keeper design, you do first the check to see what needs to be done, and then the work, the actual transaction. Our code for those two are almost identical. And the check can be done entirely off chain because it is the actual execution that does the verification of what, it only can run a valid transaction. And so moving that off chain will be super critical. And we've been doing that more and more. In fact, Pool Together V4, we're moving a lot of computation off chain. So it just becomes verification in that sense. So I do see a lot of potential for growth there. In terms of unlocking developer capabilities, I mean, the more these pieces become Lego pieces, the more innovation we're going to see at hackathons and elsewhere. The more permissionless this is to get involved. If registering a keeper becomes as simple as just like pushing a button, we're going to see some awesome innovation happen at these hackathons. That's where Pool Together started. That's where a lot of projects get started. when you bring people together and just give them the tools to be able to build whatever they want to build. So as this system becomes more permissionless, I think innovation will only grow exponentially.
Agree.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Brennan on both points. Like moving off-chain computation is completely necessary. Like we are seeing it now with fork by fork, like the gas consumption of the smart contracts that are deployed, like it tends to go up all the time. So it's important that new tools appear that they offload that. And then that unlocking the developers I think is where I'm more bullish on this kind of systems, because end of the day, even if in Ethereum sometimes like the constraints on development is actually what brings a bit of innovation, I don't think it's really optimal. So probably that is the solution, like having at least a minimal assumption that you could automate something on chain or with this hybrid system. Also, I would say that the bridging capabilities and like playing with cross-chain communication with these keepers is something which I'm pretty bullish on. So, but probably it will be a bit more in the line. So,
absolutely. I mean, connecting all these different tooling together to create a more sophisticated hybrid DApp, hybrid smart contracts, is definitely the future. Kane, would you have anything to add to that?
I think Ernesto's point earlier was pretty indicative of kind of the place that we're at, right? A few questions ago, he kind of made the point that like, oh, we try and avoid this as much as possible, right? Like we try not to have any automation. That's kind of the default assumption for people, at the moment. It's like anything that, even looks like it requires a keeper or whatever, like let's work out a system that might be more complex or convoluted that can avoid that. And so I think that once we get to a level of comfort in the ecosystem that this is a thing and it works and it's stable, it's the same thing as, I see keepers as kind of like a subset of the Oracle problem, right? Like it's just a specific, implementation of the Oracle problem. And I think when we saw Chainlink oracles get to a point where the DeFi ecosystem was comfortable using them, and remember that always wasn't the case, right? Like, a lot of people were running their own oracles. The effort of running your own oracles or your own keepers is significant. And so you couldn't just turn up at a hackathon and be like, oh, let me just spin up my own oracle today, and then that will allow me to do whatever I want to do in this hackathon, right? So like these are really enabling technologies, and I think that we're probably not there yet in terms of like getting everyone a level of comfort that, these are ready for production, but I think it's close. And once it gets to that point, then, it sort of goes parabolic.
Definitely. It does feel like we're very much at that starting point of getting the kind of tooling necessary for developers to really be able to create highly sophisticated apps with just one or two people in a garage. As Brendan was saying, a lot of these projects start off from a small group getting together to make something very interesting. So we have DeFi now. We have a whole bunch of new business verticals that can start being enabled by blockchain technology. And having these small groups come together to really create this next generation is, I think, where we're hopefully going to see a lot more of the market go. Max, is there anything you wanted to add to that from a Barnbridge's perspective?
No, I think everything was covered quite well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So that's pretty close to about the amount of time we have for this panel. So I'd like to close out by thanking all the panelists for being here today. And for those of you watching online, our goal in creating Chainlink Keepers was to provide this easy-to-use, reliable automation infrastructure for the blockchain ecosystem and the developer community at large. Any DApp developer looking to automate their smart contract can integrate Chainlink Keepers without worrying about deep integration concerns, and can do so in a matter of minutes to hours. Making your contracts Keeper compatible, all it requires is your Solidity code and a simple registration process with our Chainlink Keepers app. Chainlink Keepers network is created to create a fundamental fair playing field where keepers must cooperate with one another and not compete. Head over to our website, read our latest blog post, and check out our documentation. We are now live on mainnet, and we'd love to have you using their product. I hope this was engaging and informative, and I hope you enjoy the rest of SmartCon. Thank you.
Thanks, Anush.
Thanks, Anush.
Thank you, everyone, to the whole panel. And Anush, I hope you guys enjoyed meeting Anush as well, Chainlink Labs team member. I really appreciate you guys' insights there. If you have questions, if you're a developer and you've got questions about integrating keepers or co-marketing or whatever it is that you want to work with Chainlink Labs, head down to the Expo section and talk to our Chainlink experts. There's a tab there. You can go and talk to some of the reps that are there ready to talk to you. But up next, we've got another Chainlink Labs team member, Chief Scientist of Chainlink Labs, Ari Jules.
I'm going to talk today about fair sequencing services, a platform we're developing as a product at Chainlink Labs. As the name suggests, the goal of the system is to order transactions in a way that is fair, beneficial for users. Before I get into details, let me provide a little background. How are transactions ordered today? The transactions, of course, are submitted by users to a mempool and then taken up by miners. When a miner successfully mines a block, it includes transactions in it. And an important thing to know is that the miner gets to determine how the transactions are ordered in the block. And it does this unilaterally. What this means is that existing systems are centralized in this temporary and limited way, but nonetheless, they are at least partially centralized. Well, so what? So these decentralized systems have a touch of centralization in them. Why does this matter? It's not as though miners, for instance, can tamper with transactions. Well, it turns out that the order of transactions, the ordering of transactions matters a lot. And let me explain this by way of example. Suppose that Alice wants to buy a token on an exchange, say an automated market maker. For example, she'd like to buy some Bob's Bubble token, or BBT, for ETH. She submits a transaction to the mempool, and that works its way on chain, and she obtains some quantity of BBT. So for instance, she may obtain a price of 1 ETH per BBT. And if the AMM parameters are right, her transaction will cause the price of BBT to rise. Well, this is all well and good, but when Alice submits her transaction to the mempool, it's of course observed by all miners, and it's known, of course, to the miner that mines her transaction. This miner can take advantage of this knowledge and its ability to order transactions to do the following. It can create 2 transactions, a buy transaction and a sell transaction, and order its buy transaction before Alice's and its sell transaction afterwards. This is what's known as a sandwiching attack. What's the effect of this? Well, the miner's buy transaction will do exactly what Alice's transaction accomplished originally. It's to say, the miner will get 1,000 BBT, as Alice would have if the miner were not present, and the price of BBT will rise. Now, Alice's transaction gets processed, and she gets some BBT, but the price of BBT has risen, so she gets a little less BBT than she would have otherwise. Her transaction also causes the price of BBT to rise. Now, the miner turns around and sells the tokens that it acquired. And it makes a profit because Alice has helpfully caused the price of BBT to rise between the 2 transactions submitted by the miner. What's the effect of all of this? Well, Alice is getting fewer tokens in this toy example, 25 fewer tokens than she would have gotten otherwise. And the miner's making a profit. The miner sold his tokens for 1025 ETH, but only paid 1,000. Where's the miner's profit coming from? Out of Alice's pocket, of course. The value exploited by the miner here, extracted from the user, has come to be known to the community as MEV, or miner extractable value. And this is a term coined in a paper that my academic group published, led by Phil Diane, back in 2019. Now, there are many forms of MEV, and loosely speaking, some are good and some are bad. For example, certain forms of arbitrage are useful in that they communicate price information across markets, across contracts, across chains, or whatever. But things like sandwich attacks and related attacks like front running, which Sandwich Attacks Incorporated, are for the most part clearly bad. And they're not a hypothetical concern. They happen today all the time. Miners are doing exactly what I described in conjunction with arbitrageurs. In our paper 2 years ago, we included examples of the plaintive cries of users who had lost money, in that case to bots, but equivalently today, potentially to miners. And some of these are really disturbing. I'm a stay-at-home parent, I day trade to keep my family above water, but this was a mistaken order. Please send my money back, I have faith in you. This was an accident, I'm a single parent, and so on and so forth. And there's a litany of these online. Perhaps the most disturbing was this one from Rajesh, who gathered up rupee in his village and rolled the dice on a transaction in DEX and was front run by a bot at that time and lost all the money. And one shudders to think what happened to this poor fellow. So, as I said, this is not a hypothetical concern. What can we do about it? We probably can't eliminate all bad MEV, all exploitation of users of this kind, but we can at least build tools that help mitigate the problem by enacting policies for users that are fairer in the sense of reducing the opportunities for miners to take advantage of the ability to order transactions. And this is the goal of fair sequencing services. Just a reminder, in the current model of transaction ordering, it's the miner that decides unilaterally how transactions get ordered. In FSS, the goal is to replace this miner with a collection of nodes, with a set of entities, in particular a decentralized committee to determine how transactions get ordered. And this ordering happens off-chain. Natural question to ask is, where are we going to get this committee? Where are these nodes going to come from? Well, it turns out that decentralized Oracle networks are actually great ready-made committees. They provide the trustworthiness that is required for this operation. And also, as it turns out, reporting on observed transaction ordering transactions is a very natural Oracle functionality. After all, what do oracles do? They observe off-chain behavior or activity. They reach consensus on their observation, and they report their observation on chain. And that's exactly what FSS is doing. We plan to deploy FSS in 2 phases. In the first phase, we're going to implement what's known as secure causal ordering, or more formally, secure causal atomic broadcast. The intuition here is that this type of ordering involves no node seeing the payload of a transaction, the actual substance of a transaction, before the transaction is ordered. And this idea is actually decades old. Dates originally to, I think, the PhD thesis of Mike Reiter back in the 90s. How do we accomplish this? Well, very simply using encryption. So here's the idea. Transactions are submitted to the committee in encrypted form. They're encrypted under the public key of the committee. The corresponding private key is secret shared among nodes in the committee. The committee then decides how to order these transactions and decides collectively on definitive ordering of those transactions before it decrypts them. The committee performs a threshold decryption once the transaction ordering has been decided upon. This is great because it's hard to front run or otherwise attack transactions you can't see. And by the time the transactions are revealed, it's too late to squeeze in additional transactions. So even a rogue committee member doesn't have the power to extract MEV from users. It works very well, but it has a couple of limitations. The first is that metadata are not encrypted. For example, you can't encrypt the address from which a transaction has been sent. And metadata can convey enough information for an adversary to extract value from users. to mount attacks roughly like the type that I've described. The other thing it doesn't protect against is what I call blind front running. So suppose, for example, there's an ICO and one node in the committee or some other adversary wants to be the first to buy tokens in that ICO. Well, there's nothing in the properties of secure causal ordering that prevent the adversary from squeezing transactions in at the front of a block before other users' transactions. So these two limitations of secure causal ordering suggest that it doesn't give us everything we're looking for. Note, interestingly, that secure causal ordering doesn't actually specify the ordering of transactions. It merely says that they need to be ordered before they're decrypted, but it doesn't tell you how they should be ordered. And this observation is the springboard for the second phase of development or planning, namely the addition of the Equitas family of protocols. Equitas is a set of transaction ordering protocols, actually consensus protocols with ordering, developed within my academic group in work spearheaded by Mahimna Kelkar. And the intuition here is that transactions get ordered according to the time that they're received, in particular, the time they're received by a supermajority of nodes. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the idea, that's the intuition. So if we put Equitas together with the scheme I just described, the secure causal ordering scheme, here's what FSS, or the FSS architecture looks like. Transactions are submitted in encrypted form, and they're ordered by Equitas, again, roughly according to the time that they're received. Then they get decrypted. By putting these two approaches together, we get some nice properties. Equitas, in particular, prevents attacks of the type that I described earlier against secure causal ordering. Equitas prevents metadata-based and attacks and, to some extent, blind front-running. But Equitas does have a limitation. Right? It's potentially stronger than secure causal ordering. It is in certain network models, but it's sensitive to network adversaries and somewhat complicated to implement. On the other hand, Equitas, as I said, is in principle, when it's working well, stronger than secure causal ordering. Right? If things go well, Equitas gives you exactly the type of ordering of transactions you're after. If Equitas fails, though, by also implementing secure causal ordering, we ensure that there's a strong backstop. So if a network adversary is able to manipulate transaction ordering and bypass the security properties of Equitas, secure causal ordering still presents a barrier to manipulation of user transactions. FSS can be used in a couple of different settings. It can be used as a pre-processing stage for L1, for example. You can associate particular smart contracts with FSS, or an FSS enable particular smart contracts. Ordering, though, is increasingly taking place off-chain in L2 systems. As with the rise of L2 systems, the power of miners to order transactions is being, the locus of transaction ordering is shifting away from miners to L2 systems like rollups. Well, FSS works equally well for L2 systems. L2 systems include transaction sequencers, and those transaction sequencers can be FSS enabled. That's it for my presentation. If you're interested in learning more, I'd encourage you to have a look at the Chainlink 2.0 white paper at the URL given there, or you can take a look at the two academic papers that I mentioned in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jules. Appreciate that presentation. Coming up next, we've got Rich Brown from the Smart Contract Research Forum. Smart Contract Research Forum, or SCRF, is a great place to go to find more research initiatives, and we'll hear all about that from Rich Brown coming up right now.
Welcome Welcome to the Intro to SCURF presentation. My name is Richard Brown. I'm the lead at the Smart Contract Research Forum. Previously, I was the head of community at MakerDAO for a few years. I'd like to spend the next few minutes giving you an overview of SCURF's mission, talk about what we do, why it's important, and a bit about how people can get involved if they're interested. To start off, let's talk about what SCURF is. We are a community of researchers, analysts, industry experts, and academics gathered together to pursue our goal of making blockchain research accessible to the entire ecosystem. And just as importantly, to make the blockchain's problems accessible to academia.
Thank you so
we do this
much,
by
Dr.
maintaining
Jules.
a highly moderated chain and project
presentation.
agnostic
Coming
forum
up next,
where
we've got
civility
Rich
and
Brown
intellectual
from
rigor are
Smart
paramount.
Contract Research Forum.
On
Smart Contract
top of this
Research
forum,
or
we
SCURF,
apply
it's a great place to go to find
incentives.
more
This is the
research
crypto space,
initiatives,
so
and we'll hear
through
all about that from Rich Brown
intelligent
coming up
application
right
of financial, reputational, and intellectual incentives, we encourage the type of behavior we think which will help us achieve our mission. A little bit about our origin story. SCURF was born out of a series of conversations I had with Sergey Nazarov, who's my co-founder at SCURF. We had a chat about the nature of community in the blockchain space. We spoke at length about what community means, how it can be applied to a mission, how best to design a community that creates reciprocal relationships of value with the organization that's constructing the mission and the users that are participating with it. Through these discussions, we both discovered that we shared a frustration, and that frustration was at the puzzling divide of between academia and industry in our space. We wanted to know why there was no place for blockchain researchers to seek open, real-time peer review, critique, and collaboration, and by extension, why the technologists in our space and the community leaders didn't have a location where they can go to engage with the people, the academics and researchers who are also thinking deeply about the same issues that we are. So, out of these conversations, the Smart Contract Research Forum was born. Let me dig into our mission a little bit because it's deceptively important, at least I believe it is. Our ecosystem consists of a number of stakeholders, but for the purposes of this discussion, we can divide them into two groups. There are people that have problems to solve in the industry, and there are people who have solutions to share in academia. So broadly speaking, that encompasses industry and academia. SCURF exists to answer an obvious question, but a pernicious problem all the same. Why aren't academia and industry speaking to each other? We need both groups sharing their data, their insights, their research, and their solutions, so we're going to be better positioned to face some of the challenges that are coming our way. So as a thought experiment then, we asked ourselves, so why as founders and architects and community leaders, why aren't we drawing from this well of research that's available to us? Economics, mechanism design, governance, privacy, auditing and security, etc. These are all heavily explored schools of thought. Yet in our space, we continue with an endearing, occasionally inspiring, but ultimately frustrating habit of starting from scratch. And it's not entirely clear to us why that is the case. So in order to solve for this problem, SCURF had to break this problem down a bit and look at them one by one, see if we had some solutions for these things. And so the first problem we thought about was the conversation problem. Social platforms have a noticeable bell curve of utility. When they're allowed to develop organically, they generally follow a predictable life cycle. Core membership creates value. New participants are drawn to this value that they find there. Culture and norms are eventually overwhelmed by the newcomers. The core membership leaves, and the quality of the discourse eventually diminishes until the rest of the users leave as well. This is not an uncommon pattern. I'm sure we've all experienced it. OGs in the space will remember the rise and fall of Bitcoin talk, which is sort of a textbook example of this issue. The way that we solve for this at SCURF is we have a dedicated team of paid moderators and operations personnel, project managers who have no profit motive. Their profit is derived from the maintenance and the support and the facilitation of this environment, so the forum itself. That means that we have a project that supports the space that's completely chain agnostic, project agnostic, and is mentoring and facilitating this community of users that are here to seek open and constructive peer review, civil critique, conversations with people in their space or in their areas of interest, and collaborating to make crypto better, or blockchain in general. Attention is a scarce resource in our space, particularly on the industry side. We need to move quickly and execute as fast. That doesn't leave a lot of time for introspection. Academia has many problems of its own, but one of the benefits there is that there's a certain luxury for academic rigor and deliberation. There is a synergy between these two groups. Industry needs to bring some of this vibrancy to academia. Academia can provide us with that insight and that intellectual rigor and that leg up onto solving problems that we might be whiteboarding without realizing that the solution exists in somebody's filing cabinet already. So we deal with the attention problem by having a community of researchers and academics that we incubate and mentor and train in the form of junior analysts and academics and postgrads, whose job it is to surface, discover, surface, summarize, and rebroadcast novel, actionable research in the space and bring it to the attention of the rest of the ecosystem. These researchers are supported by senior research associates or research fellows that we draw from academia and from research think tanks and research agencies in the space who provide guidance. These posts that we create are presented in a format that allows developers, founders, and architects to easily understand the applicability of a piece of research without having to dive into the source materials, which can be a significant challenge for just myself. Next problem, discoverability. Information in our space, well, I'm sure in many spaces, but I'm familiar with ours. So information in our space is buried in silos, ivory towers, archives, blogs, private repos behind paywalls, on social medias. Finding research is tough. And if you do find it, it's potentially going to be stuck behind a paywall, or and if you get it out from there, in an inscrutable PDF filled with latex and graphs. So I'm sure very, very impressive, but difficult for industry to wade through. This prevents a bit of a cognitive overhead that needs to be dealt with. On to the next problem. It's the bias problem. In our space, we are all familiar with a tendency for discourse to find the lowest common denominator, frankly. There's a lot of territorialism in this space. Maximalism runs rampant. Antagonism, shilling, groupthink, all of these things are common, rife with logical and rhetorical fallacies and traps. It's difficult to have a good conversation. And if you do have one, how long it's going to last is anybody's guess. We have a solution for that problem as well. And this is potentially one of our most innovative, probably one of the most valuable things that we can bring to the table. And it's a surprising one in how simple it is. But as far as I'm aware, there's never been a venue like ours that takes no position. It has nothing to sell. We mint no tokens. We exercise no editorial control. We're not a journalistic enterprise. We're not looking for, nor are we supporting drama or contention. Our role is simply to facilitate the surfacing of testable solutions for the blockchain space. We want to find actionable research. We want to find researchers. We want to find industry. We want to connect those two groups together so they make blockchain better. So that's the recap of the problems in this space. I spoke a bit about how we are going about solving these things. We have a great deal going on and a great deal more planned. Lots of work available, and like most of the space, we don't have enough people to do it. So here's the call to the ecosystem. If you find what we just went over at all compelling, SCURF needs help. We have lots of positions available. We're looking for project managers. We're looking for editors, illustrators, community managers, researchers, junior, intermediate, and senior to join us. in our mission. And once again, that mission, while it's not terribly compelling in a space full of unique crypto primitives and earth-shaking developments on a weekly basis, our mission is to provide support for the intellectual commons in the crypto space and do whatever it is we can to help push the space forward and provide support where it's needed across all chains, across all projects, across all faculties, across all regions of the world. If you found any of this particularly compelling, like I said, please join us. Put a link on the screen about where you can find us for more information and where you can join us in the chat. Looking forward to talking.
Thank you so much, Rich. As a former academic myself, I appreciate the initiative of Smart Contract Research Forum. It's a great place to start that bridge and continue the conversation and meet our industry with our academic research. So props to you and your team. And in that spirit, I wanted to, I'm happy to introduce some of the people from Smart Contract Research Forum for our next panel. I'm going to let the moderator, Lucas Nuzzi, introduce everyone, but the next panel is called Privacy and the Evolution of Snarks.
Hello, and welcome to the panel on Privacy and Snarks, organized by the Smart Contract Research Forum, or SCRF, as part of the Smart Contract Summit. I'm Eugene Leventhal, the operations lead here at SCRF. This is actually part one of the panel, as the conversation was just too good to cut short. You'll be able to read more about the panelists and to watch the rest of the video for free at smartcontractresearch.org/T/622. And with that, I'll pass it on to our moderator for this panel, SCRF's research lead, Lucas Nuzzi.
Thank you, Eugene, and welcome everyone to what's going to be a really fun discussion on the state of the industry when it comes to ZK rollups and the low-level protocols that enable them. And to have this conversation, we have two of what I consider the top researchers in the space doing work in this area. Ariel Gabizon, who has been doing research in this area for quite some time, now at Aztec Protocol, who's building a really interesting ZK rollup solution, as well as Alex Vlasov, who has also been researching this area for quite some time and has been working with ZK Sync in their various approaches to rollups. Gentlemen, welcome to the panel. Really a pleasure to have you on board. Maybe to kick things off, you guys can give a little bit of an introduction of yourselves and your projects, and we do have some questions to go over, but it'll be great to hear from you guys the evolution of your research, what you've been working on, and the areas that you focus on. Maybe starting with you, Ariel.
Yeah, sure. So I guess, yeah, I basically spent a lot of years in academia doing math, computer science, and once basically I read the Bitcoin white paper, I felt that I should sort of get into this world, and the best way for me to do it seemed to be through these ZK zero knowledge proofs, since they were relatively math heavy with the sort of math I liked and was comfortable with. So that led to me working with Eli Ben Sasson back in Technion University in Israel in the early days of Starks, before they were called Starks. And then I sort of left academia to work on Zcash, the first trusted setups. The first sort of commercial use of Snarks was there, and that was really exciting. And and then a sort of a chance meeting with Zach Williamson led to this universal ZK snark called Plonk, which sort of, I think, really put universal snarks in sort of in the practical, made them very, very practical. And and then that led to me moving from Protocol Labs, where I was working, to Aztec, to focus on this work with Zach and the Aztec team.
Excellent. How about you, Alex?
Well, regarding the way into snarks themselves, I was participating in ETH Waterloo. I think was actually the first one from ETH Global Series, which continued for a few years after. And at this hackathon, there was the talk, well, first by Vitalik on snarks, and then by Elib and Sassoon on Starks. So this is when it first caught my attention in general for what's possible to do with the snarks at that point in time. Then I was working on plasmas in different flavors. Then at some point we decided to form a Meta Labs to bring the best from two worlds and kind of marry the rollups and ZK snarks to make the ZK Sync, the ZK rollup released a few years ago. So now we are continuing to develop it to bring in the version 2.0, and it should be able to run user-defined smart contracts, which should be compilable from Solidity and Sync, which is our developed programming language. Also not specifically for circuits, just normal programming. In theory, we should be able to even build Rust and run it in our architecture, but it's a little bit off topic. So yeah, along the way, I participated in improving snarks. As for us, it's more like a tool than something like pristine and fundamental. So for this purpose, we we published a small paper about the transparent polynomial commitments, which used Fry, and then which led into the expanded paper called the Redshift. So this was roughly my way into here. Now we're in the final stages to bring ZK Sync 2.0 with smart contracts to life, with basically all snark related work done. Now we just have to check the code, run the tests, and be able to release it so people can try a compiler, see how the VM was designed. Actually, we have to write a lot of manuals, but it's on a good track.
Yeah, it was super interesting background, and I think it ties things very nicely. I do remember when Vitalik first described what we now call ZK rollups, essentially applying this technology, which the industry had predominantly seen as an approach to privacy with projects like Zcash, applied to scalability, right? Enabling transactions to be processed outside of the blockchain, and essentially borrowing some ideas even from Plasma at a time when more research was coming out on the feasibility of Plasma that I would say disappointed a lot of people. So to set the stage a little bit, it would be interesting to talk about the commonality and the theme of the projects that you guys are working on, because when people think about ZK snarks, they still have this anchor towards privacy, right? Whereas because of the research that you guys have produced over the years, that theme has shifted quite a bit, right? From privacy to scalability, and now with recursive snarks, with the ability to program contracts using these systems and still carrying some of the benefits that snarks intrinsically have. So maybe to set the stage a little bit, Ariel, could you talk about recursive snarks and Plonk, and what is it that enables these contracts to be generalized and really just granting the tools to the developers to build these contracts using this technology?
So I maybe one thing to mention is like, why are recursive snarks relevant to or essential to programmability? And I guess one part of that is if eventually you have one sort of verification contract that is constant, like say this is the contract that verifies the rollup, so this contract is fixed. It's not dependent on a specific program. So in this sense, recursion helps you because whatever your sort of actual circuit is, the final thing, the final program you're running is just a verifier. Another, so sort of what is the relation between Plonk and recursion? So the first thing to notice is that in principle, there's any ZK snark gives you recursion because ZK snarks allow you to prove statements about any program. So you can always prove a statement about the snark verification program in particular. So recursion was never impossible theoretically. It was really a question of constants. And the concrete constants when writing your program, your snark verification program, due to basically field mismatches, we're just very large. So one reason why sort of Plonk made recursion more simpler is basically shaving off a few constant factors in terms of representing constraints compared to the R1CS representation. And these sort of factors shaved off exactly sort of made this writing the recursive verification program more practical without the need for any special tricks like elliptic curve cycles. Yeah, so I'm saying a lot of things there that maybe need explaining, but that's sort of the mid to high level.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there's part of the priming that I see exists when people reason about ZK rollups. I think it's exactly that, right? I think there's a lot of priming in terms of applicability. I think there's this idea that a ZK snark is application specific, right? Its role is to simply verify transactions. And the reason why I think there's been a lot of this priming is that in order for you to, under previous systems, bootstrap an application, it requires creating this string through a process that must generate a random number, right? A random string. And what your research has shown over the years is that this is abstracted away through shaving some of those parameters, so that you can apply this technology to broader programs without the requirements of actually regenerating these strings, which increase kind of the potential attack vectors of these systems, right? So it really just enabled a way for you to reuse that SRS for a plethora of applications that can then be granted the benefits of this technology. Is this a correct characterization?
Oh, well, that is, I mean, so that is another huge issue. Yeah, that university don't require a setup per circuit. Yeah, that I was referring to this, I guess, other more low-level issue that to actually write the snark verifier as a program, you need to sort of simulate these field operations in a non-native field, and that was extremely inefficient before Plonk. But actually, maybe you're right that you're right that a much more basic issue, if you want recursion and user-defined circuits, yeah, so the universality is actually a much larger and more basic point. Yeah, otherwise you would need, every user would need to run their own trusted setup.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of really interesting content. I think even the initial Powers of Tau ceremony from Zcash that you were one of the architects of. I think there's a lot of mysticism around what that actually entails, right, and how that is performed. But the basic idea is that string must be secure enough or random enough so that you have guarantees around the provers and verifiers of these systems. Alex, you've worked on this scheme called Redshift, right, which was a really interesting piece of research, and it basically introduced an interactive Oracle proof system that used polynomial commitments to essentially circumvent the need for a trusted SRS. Could you talk a little bit about Redshift? What motivated that research? Was it the security and more universal angle that motivated that research? And also, if you could also talk about the evolution of that research and what led you guys into Plonk as you were as that research evolved, and maybe the trade-offs associated with that research.
Well, first of all, I should mention that so there was, like, for Redshift and its history, there was no particular decision to do such research. The historical state at this time was that there was a deep dive paper by Elie Bensason and his colleagues, which basically used FRI, proximity testing protocol, in some particular way, which allows them to have more efficient Stark. And here by Stark, I mean a proof system and the way of arithmetization, which is called AIR in the original paper. And basically what this paper was doing is very close to what the Plonk paper was doing in its original form, with just the polynomial commitments, which are Kate commitments. Basically, the prover commits to the set of polynomials and then draws a random point, then make a standard trick of quotiening. Basically, if your polynomial is at this value at this point, then you can perform a formal division operation, and that the result will also be a polynomial. And then they use the FRI to prove that this result of the division is indeed very close to polynomial, which was sufficient for all the purposes of Stark as a proof system. But it was never called a polynomial commitment, even while it was doing basically the same as Kate commitment itself, just in a different way. I read this paper, and then after half a year or something like this, there was a Plonk paper, which I seen was covering largely the same details in the same format. And only then I just randomly in a train actually had an idea, well, this is basically the same, and why no one tried to do it. And then we spent 2 weeks trying to convince ourselves that there was some trivial mistake and overlook, that this is very, very much the same idea, which was never covered. So then we made a very small paper on Archive, which was basically talking about the polynomial commitments, which was strict commitments to only a single polynomial, and used FRI as a proximity testing protocol in a mode which is called unique decoding radius. A little bit simpler, it was testing that something which prover gave you is close to the polynomial. It's like very close to polynomial. Let's call it this way for simplicity for now. And then we started to, which led to larger proof sizes, which was a problem with original Starks back then when they were introduced. They required very small radius for testing of proximity, which led to larger proofs. And then we decided to go beyond this, the same achievement which was done in the deep dive paper, to go beyond unique decoding radius, and this was done in the Redshift paper. And the main trick or like slash problem with going beyond decoding radius was that now the prover is able to commit not just to a single polynomial, but some set of polynomials. The set is still small compared to the field size, so it wasn't the end of the day for most of the for soundness, but it would be okay for witness polynomials. So the prover can give you something which is like maybe one polynomial out of 10, which satisfies the verification relationship. Was still fine for witness polynomials, but it would be a problem for setup polynomials which were present in all the proof systems other than Starks and others which are like for uniform circuits. Let's not go that deep into this direction. So we had to find a way how to actually pinpoint a single polynomial out of the set at the setup time, which was done in Redshift, which basically brought the best from the Starks world and basically transferred it to all the protocols which require polynomial commitments. That's why it was that's why it was demonstrated on Plonk itself, because it was first an original inspiration, and then the idea was that you can do the same, you can run the same proofs by just swapping the commitment scheme and maybe adding some factors in the soundness. So that's why the Redshift was made in a form which basically taken the Plonk and kind of changed it a little bit.
So actually,
go ahead, Ariel.
Yeah. So actually, Alex, what do you think really about the non-pre-processing Starks versus doing like Redshift? Do you think it's like, what if you had to choose between these two? What would you choose?
Well, I don't I have a preference for one with the pre-processing for reasons that it can be much simpler to write and designed by people who cannot just take the polynomials and write the polynomial protocol by hand on a piece of paper by basically linking all the witness values by themselves in a very large set of witness polynomials. So the problem with the protocols which are like Starks without pre-processing is that your set of constraints is so much non-trivial that first of all it's difficult to design without mistakes, and the second, after you design it, it's unlikely that you will find another person who would be able to review it. But if your proof system is more universal in the sense that the pre-processing written once does everything for you, and when you design the circuit, you only write a code which is much simpler, so you do not manually take care which variable is located in what polynomial at which index, and you basically treat them like values and variables in any some convoluted programming language. It eliminates a lot of mistakes, and it actually becomes auditable and understandable by the wider audience. That's why I think that there are more people which are able to write a Plonk circuit, or maybe understand the to understand Sprout or Suplink Zcash circuits, than people who would be able to write a Stark to, for example, do the Peterson commitment. And Peterson commitment is actually quite trivial. For whatever people in Starkware did for the Cairo programming language, I can guess how it works. I didn't look in details and didn't try to reverse it, but I can guess how it works. But I think it would be non-trivial for anyone to try to write an external manual to how it's actually implemented. Even so, you will see a full set of constraints in the verifier if it's implemented as a Solidity contract.
Fascinating. Yeah, it's interesting to hear about the reasoning behind some of these trade-offs, right? I think if the research around even more recently with Planck and its newer iterations and all of its predecessors showcases is that there are some non-trivial trade-offs at play, right? When it comes to usability, proving time, verification time, proof sizes, even complexity. What other trade-offs, fueled your research as you're thinking about, for example, shifting the commitment scheme, in this circumstance for efficiency purposes? What are the trade-offs that influence your research, especially as you're trying to build a system for Ethereum applications?
Well, I think one should actually separate two parts here. One is designing the final system in the sense that it's like what circuits you write, which is the functions of the circuits, whether those circuits require some recursive verification because they kind of prove different substatements of one larger logical statement, and so they require recursive verification. And another trade-off is purely regarding the proof systems and like concrete implementations of the recursive approach. For example, if you take the fractal paper, it was a direct comparison was done there. So the fractal paper is also transparent snark or stark, like however you want, with the preprocessing. And what they did is they presented the size of the circuit which does the verification, a recursive verification of single statement, if you use one hash or another hash to construct the Merkle trees when you do the proofs. So if you use the standard non-algebraic hash, then your verification circuit is very large because non-algebraic hashes take a lot of constraints to implement, which was partially solved by the Planck with lookup tables. We can cover it a little bit later. And another example they did, and they used the rescue hash as a hash to construct the Merkle trees, which led to much smaller circuits to implement the verifier, but which also led to the much larger proving time because the hash itself was very slow to compute. So this would be, I would say, I think more to the question which you asked originally, in the sense of different trade-offs. In a similar direction, you can view how many constraints does one recursive aggregation in Planck take. And it also depends a lot. For example, if your verification keys are all the same, it's one number. If your verification keys are all different, it's completely different number. Like I think five times larger, if I remember correctly, like roughly at least. And this even would not be a complete verification, it would be aggregation, which is also a little bit different procedure. And Ariel can cover it in details, I think, much better than I do. So like for this, we should separate this talk and first maybe talk about the proof systems and trade-offs coming from proof systems themselves. And then you can try to talk about how you can actually try to implement a programmability kind of separately, and which is unlikely to depend on how on what proof system you take if you have the recursion. It's another like field of optimizations, I would say.
Yeah, that's a very interesting framing. I think that's exactly right? You start with the proof system, and then recursion is applied, and then you have all the interesting benefits of it. But Ariel, were you going to say something?
Yeah. Well, what was I going to say?
I guess, do you agree with this framing? Is this the correct way to reason about the trade-offs of these systems?
What is that way again?
It was more about that you can separate this large equation made by Lucas into one is like what are trade-offs in proof systems and their particular implementations, versus a design area of how you actually implement programmability. And from my perspective, those are like completely two different tasks. One is optimize how you implement proof systems and recursion, like particular hash function choices, commitment schemes choices, maybe something else, we can talk about this. And another one is how you actually make a circuit which, for example, does the ZK rollup. And maybe verifies user-defined circuits and contracts. So I would say like two completely different deals, for me at least.
Yeah. Well, you know, one thing just I think about you, Lucas, originally you, in terms of trade-offs of polynomial commitment schemes, I think right now the KZG, the Kate Zavarucha Goldberg one, is clearly like you know, the winner. Right. I think the only reason to use anything else is if sort of carrying friendly curves will at some point be crushed and yeah, and then there'll be no choice but to use something else. Yeah, I don't know. I think there were a lot of parts of this of this question. Maybe maybe let's go to the next question. There's a lot of parts, so I'm not sure what to.
It's a loaded question.
Exactly.
But you did mention something interesting with regards to pairing-based cryptography that we've had a couple of discussions in the past, and you, of course, you know, a huge topic of your research is security. You know, Ethereum uses a variant of BN 256 as a proving curve, or as a curve in at the base layer. ETH2 moving to BLS 12.381. What is your take on the security of these curves and maybe of pairing-based cryptography more generally? Do you think there will be a scenario in the short term, and here's another loaded question, where these curves need to change or setups need to change?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like asking, will Bitcoin hit $1 million, or let's say, will Bitcoin hit $100,000 within 3 months, 2 years, 5 years, never?
Is it a matter of when, not if?
Well, there is a question of if. It's really hard to say. You've got these number field sieve attacks that are what makes us go to larger curves, and it's really tricky to say. You know, you occasionally have a new paper with some improvement, and then it's sort of like, how fast are these improvements going to go? Are they going to get stuck? Are they going to yeah, so it's really hard to say. I mean, I tried to understand practically how safe is BN254 for the next few years. Yeah, honestly, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say if, like, okay, the current attacks need, you know, a little extra trick to make it dangerous to use BN254, or there's going to be, like, you know, 10 years till this trick comes, or it's really hard to say. One annoying thing is that you've got, like, when you've got like the Pollard's row algorithm, so the proof runtime is very well analyzed, but with these number field sieve attacks, they're saying, okay, this is the runtime under these number sort of theoretic conjectures, and then you're sort of like, okay, so should I update my code according to the more pessimistic in terms of, like, not say the user, not the attacker? Should I update my curve according to the more pessimistic estimate sort of versions of these conjectures, or should I actually wait till there's a, right? Because so these curves have like 254 bits that we're using right now on Ethereum. So if you look at Zcash, for example, they write the minute there was a paper saying, okay, there is potentially an attack on this curve, immediately they moved. So, you know, what should be your, and what should be your approach? The minute like someone writes a paper where this maybe is not safe anymore, do you move then? Or do you say, well, you know, show me an actual attack on, you know, like you say, okay, SHA-256 is not safe anymore. It has 80 rounds. Just show me at least an attack that, you know, breaks 70 of the 80 rounds. So equivalently, all right, show me an actual discrete log computation in a field that is, you know, getting close to what we're using, and then I'll switch my curve. Or it seems, you know, that the more what people are actually doing is the minute there's a paper saying, okay, this may be dangerous, they immediately move. They don't want more evidence. So honestly, this is a bit of a rant. When Zcash, when we moved so quickly, I was like, oh, you know, we're sort of giving them too much, credit, like
legitimizing it too much.
Yeah, but on the other hand, when I talked to some of these experts in the last few months, I don't know. It seems like they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, and so it's this is sort of a long way of saying. I don't really know. I mean, it really is like the price of, you know, Bitcoin. Like, how long will it take to hit the next, like the 100K? You know, is it going to be tomorrow? You know, soon? Is it going to be never? Is it going to be really slowly?
No one knows. Yeah, it's an interesting area of research, and I think it's exactly what you said, right? It's really a matter of making these design decisions on a proactive or reactive basis, on the basis of, you know, how legitimate or how concerned from a practical perspective. You know, some of these attacks are, you know, Klaus Schnorr recently said that he broke RSA, and you know, is the industry completely moving away from RSA? It's not really happening. So it fits into those trade-offs. But is this something that as you're designing these systems that you guys take into consideration? Do you have kind of contingency plans if this were to happen? How proactive is that design? Because I would imagine it would be a non-trivial shift, right? If parent-based curves were to be, as you mentioned, at every rounds be proven susceptible to some of these attacks. Or is that now part of those research decisions or design decisions?
Well, I think the nice thing
real shift, right? If parent-based curves were to be, as you mentioned, at every rounds be proven susceptible to some of these attacks. Or is that now part of those research decisions or design decisions?
Well, I think the nice thing is since sort of the
all the like the verifiable data from the IoTeX devices will be integrated with like a Chainlink already next year or so. So we are super excited for this to be happening. Why? Because like at least like what we're saying, like the next $1 trillion opportunity here. So if you think about like the traditional finance and IoT, right? So they are both like a multi-trillion-dollar industries. Of course, they're kind of stagnated right now, so they're not growing any bigger. DeFi is gradually like taking over the traditional finance world because as everybody here probably know, DeFi grows from almost $0 to $100 billion sector just within 2 years. This is like a miracle in the entire human history. Thanks to Chainlink provides this like a trusted price feeds. So yeah, definitely like a traditional finance will be replaced by DeFi. At least like some part of the traditional finance will be replaced. So IoT is still the biggest untapped sector for blockchain and crypto. So what we are thinking is, fusing the IoT, especially like on the data side, with DeFi to build like an entire new world. So what does this mean? So this first means some new crypto assets, which is not possible as of today. For perhaps something like a weather derivative, right? So you can bet on the weather, or maybe like the traffic derivative. No one wants to just get jammed on the car. So you probably buy a traffic derivative to hedge your risk to being jammed in the traffic, or maybe some decarbonization derivative, right? Those things are not possible right now, but it will be possible if we can build in the IoT data with DeFi, with Chainlink, with IoTeX. So I think that's just opens a whole new chapter for a lot of things. And another one is like a decentralized marketplace. People call it like a data exchange or maybe information exchange. But I think like the real value here is like this real-time streaming style kind of information exchange, which continues giving information from A to B, right, to power some sort of DM. And the third one is mostly important. It's called like a collective utility at scale. Our very simple way to think about this is like everybody's having like a computer at home, right? Probably like don't use it too much, like a Raspberry Pi, Arduino, or whatever. But if we have some sort of way to organize all those devices together to finish a bigger task, it's sort of like a Bitcoin mining in the good old days. You just use like a idle computer to do all the like high power computation. Then this becomes something like we never heard of. We can never do this before. But this will open like an entire new chapter for a lot of things. Yeah, so that's why like we are so bullish on this one. So we're actually innovation data marketplace, some fractional ownership. For example, you have a autonomous vehicle which you just like probably like a 10%, right? So you can rent out 19% to other people who wants that. Yeah, so on and so forth. So that being said, we are really like focused on like a one vertical together with Chainlink. So it's called like a proof of presence. So this is like a manifestation of like this real world DeFi I was just talking about. So this one is so real and low hanging. So that's why like we're focused this one first. Also has a huge audience. So the underlying principle is very simple, right? So we just getting data from the real world using those decentralized, distributed devices, which pumps the data actually to the Chainlink oracle, then to the D app, then doing something like a very interesting on top of this one. So like 4 concrete D apps that's actually using this tech stack, like I can share here is the first one is Travala. It's a travel company, of course, in the crypto space. So it wants to use this proof of presence to basically stress out lots of their business logics. For example, if you want to expense something, you have to prove it. You have been there for like a couple of days, right? So that's one. And another one is like they can do user some like a loyal points based on where you have been. The similar concept actually also applies to like a gamified style the app. So we are working with this team called Table Go. It's basically if you go into that place, you can prove to the chain you have been there. Okay, the chain will give you, or maybe the app will give you an NFT card, so which you can collect more to forge them together to have some sort of valuable collections. So it's a very fun game, to play with. It will launch in R1 also too. And Omen is like a prediction market. Usually, like people just bet on the Bitcoin price, Ethereum price in this kind of prediction market. But like with the real world information, so they can bet on something even like a more real, right? So will there be a traffic jam on like a US 101 highway, right, or not? Who knows? Then the first one is of course like the decentralized machine learning. So they are just collecting real world data, so fit them into the training model we are doing. So hopefully we can have something like even more intelligent by having this sort of technologies. That's about it. That's about my my presentation today. Actually, thank you so much, for listening. Yeah, I have to. Yeah. So if you want to learn more about IoTex, about what we do, definitely go to our website iotex.io. Yeah, and if you want to chat with me, like my email is just rollin@iotex.io. Thank you, everyone.
But I think now there's a lot more understanding of the ability for people to coordinate online being like a core primitive of just like where we're at as a society. And I think that it's naturally going to be a kind of thing that like progresses over time. We probably still have a lot of work to do in terms of like, when we talk about people creating DAOs, the question arises, what is a DAO, right? And I don't think we're there yet in terms of really having like, to something that Rich was saying just before, we sort of started like a formal definition of like or instantiation of what a digital cooperative should be in the future. But I think we're certainly making a lot of progress there. And I think that there's certainly been an acceleration just in this general idea of people coordinating online to like generate value being a normalized thing. The other last example I'll just very quickly mention is Roblox, which is like, now obviously a public company, now obviously very popular, and like even I think that's part of the reason we're seeing like traditional Web2 folks, like even the standards sort of like DC Twitter folks, like now caring about this space. So I'll pause there, but that's certainly been my journey, I guess, and it's I think to me one of the reasons we're seeing so much popularity in this concept now.
I think just jumping a little bit on Scott's thought, like, and you alluded to it as you were introing Kelsey, and we also heard Rich talk about his participation both with online communities and then in cooperatives. Like it just strikes me that a lot of the people who are interested, it's almost the perfect opportunity for people who are interested in cooperatives to collaborate with people who are interested in online communities, because both different forums have so much important precedent to provide to those who are now thinking of setting up DAOs and also determining what DAOs are. I mean, I think we've all alluded to that. Like, there's no clear definition as to what a DAO is, and there's a lot of different thoughts about what that could be. And that is an incredible ambition, I think, of someone to take on that task to define DAO in a way that's meaningful and important to the community. And I'm doing a thing right now with the DAO Research Cooperative where we're trying to identify some of the most pressing issues for DAOs, thinking broadly like legal issues, governance issues, treasury management issues. And in a couple of the initial calls I had, that was the first thing that folks brought up. Like, I'm talking to different leaders in the space, and it's what is the definition of a DAO, whether it's related to the kinds of systems that a particular organization uses or the kinds of obligations it has to its members, or a large variety of things. So when we think about why DAOs are popular, I think in part DAOs are popular because the definition of DAO is so broad that anything is a DAO today. But we might see a fall off in popularity when we may, start defining it more narrowly, or at least creating subcategories for DAOs.
Well, I don't want to put you on the spot, though, but can you get us started? What is your definition of a DAO? What's your working definition when you're speaking to these people?
Ooh, that's so tough. I really don't want to dodge the question. And so maybe I won't. I just think that we're at such an early stage of experimentation that we've yet to figure out what a DAO is, candidly. And I know that's kind of a shady answer, but I was actually talking to just a guy, a VC earlier today, and I was asking him about, when you're talking to organizations that you're looking to invest in, and they intend to ultimately become DAOs or like Dexit, how do you think about the way in which they're composing their DAO? How do you think about their timeline for decentralizing into a DAO? And that was really his response is, we're so early here that we actually don't even ask that question because we just don't think that someone could give us a serious answer. And candidly, I'm a little bit of the same mind. I was talking to Julia Rosenberg from Orca, and she thought like very critically about this sort of stuff. And she was the first one to bring this up to me as a big issue. And from her perspective, and I don't want to misquote her here, but she was talking about uses of particular systems. So when I think about that, I would want, a forum for proposals. I would want voting mechanisms. I wouldn't just want a Telegram group. And so to me, it maybe very broadly is an organization that allows for decentralized governance, decentralized voting, but I would leave that very broad because I also have kind of a specific view on what members of a DAO should be able to vote for. And I'm not a huge believer in kind of a one token governance system either. So what we define as DAOs broadly today, I may not totally agree with. And I imagine that's probably the same for most people on this call.
I like that though, because I mean, at the moment, and we're talking about this process of how you get to a DAO, like the DEXIT acronym, so short for Exit to DAO, which is a take on Nathan Schneider's Exit to Community. But they're not decentralized yet in many instantiations, and they're not autonomous. They're kind of organizations. And I think a lot of the blockchain community is trying to figure out, like, what is an organization? Leighton, you mentioned a suite of DAOs that you're involved in. What's the varying mission or objective or goals of these different groups?
Yeah. So I think I draw I draw one line very clearly in my DAO involvement. So pooled together, I wouldn't really call it a DAO, to be honest, because to me, it's a protocol that has tokenized governance. And some people call those DAOs, but I don't think of those as DAOs like Compound, Uniswap, even Maker. Like, if you're familiar with these protocols pooled together, like, I think of it as a protocol with tokenized governance, whereas Venture DAO and Pleaser DAO, they both have DAO in the name, I think of those as DAOs. And the difference in my mind is, like, Venture DAO and Pleaser DAO are a group of people who came together to sort of like actively go do new things, whereas Pool Together is like a protocol that was already established, already had hundreds of millions of dollars in it, already was functioning, and the control was just given of an existing self-perpetuating project to the community. And I think that's like a very different thing than, in my experience in like Pleaser DAO and Venture DAO, is they immediately become very hierarchical. But Pool Together is not. And it doesn't have to be, because there's a very narrow space that like we're like making decisions about. And because we're not like debating like, completely arbitrary subjects like we are in Pleaser DAO and Venture DAO. So that's how I think of them differently, which, I'd be curious to hear Seth's input, because I think I would be curious how that maps to maybe like categories in a more academic sense, but that's at least from my personal experience.
Let's see. Well, categories. So I think that I have something a bit akin to folks here. This aversion even to defining a DAO, I think it's perfectly legitimate and from my perspective, encouraged to end with definitions rather than start with them. To have a word be the name of the thing you're trying to understand. It's consistent with a very iterative, empirical kind of approach that sort of represent, typical of the kind of experimentation that we see here. And in line with that, all governance taxonomies that I encounter in my work, I'd say most of my effort goes into trying to break them or push them, and I'm still struggling as you go across domains from a physical, real world, let's say nation state system, which is where a lot of our taxonomies come from, to a small scale self-governing system. I actually also got my start organizing cooperatives and moved into the online space after that because it's easier to do data science on. I'm originally in the out of the housing co-op sector. So taxonomies of small-scale governance systems, and then moving on to that into the emergent taxonomies of online communities, how they understand the differences between themselves. We are still not at a place where there's any kind of unified taxonomy or ontology, I could say, of the axes along which governance systems vary. And so I'm inclined, to everyone's disappointment, to come just as much as a watcher and observer than a holder forth.
Have you been tempted to, so the co-op space has been examined for the last 400 or 500 years, and there's a lot of subdivisions and categorizations and definitions there. Have you been tempted to sort of use those as templates to the new DAO ecosystem, or do you find that it doesn't translate?
Well, you know what? It's a really pleasant surprise to find so many people here coming with some kind of co-op background or interest in, in my understanding, I'm still figuring out the kind of mapping of ideological backgrounds of people in this space to the subset of kind of blockchain applications that they tap into. I do have one kind of litmus test I use for kind of knowing where to start talking to a person, which is, okay, visualize utopia. It exists. Let's say utopia exists and we're in it and it runs out of a building. My question for a lot of people tends to be, are there any people in the building? So is governance a system that runs itself, or is it inevitably something that we're involved in, that we use as a set of tools to govern ourselves, that we're active in the work of governance? And one kind of sense I'm getting already from at least the folks in this small circle is that a lot of you end up more in the idea that it doesn't run itself, that we're active in the acts of governance. So if anyone wants to not be pigeonholed by me, I'd love to hear that.
So that's helpful. And to the point about the name referring to autonomy or not, Aaron Wright recently said in a Stanford piece that there are two main types of DAOs, participatory and algorithmic. But really, in what we've all described, there's both participation, or it's not a DAO, and there's also algorithms. So there's something happening through smart contracts and kind of automation there. So what are your views towards how much, or what, I guess, what's being automated? To Seth's point, is it the people being automated out of the system, or is it certain levels or functions kind of being automated to give autonomy to the people in the DAO? And then what does that actually mean?
I'll do a quick answer on that, because so like the idea of social scalability, like Nick Szabo's essay on that from, I don't know, the late 90s, was definitely a super influential piece on all my work I've done. And what caught my attention about that piece is that basically his thesis is like smart contracts lower the cost of trust. And so what's being automated is the human trust that's required to broker relationships. And when you can lower trust, when you can lower the cost of trust of entering into new relationships, you can have more relationships. And I think the ideal world, you can have like a more flourishing social reality, because you're able to be in more relationships with more different people groups, because the trust, the need to, the trust is what's being automated. So that's my 2 cents on it.
I definitely think that there's something to that notion. In particular, we aren't very good, Seth would know this much better than me, but Dunbar's number is a really important concept here, where once you scale past 150 people, it's very difficult to actually have any idea of who those people are, to have really defined relationships with them. And I think what we sort of designed, even beyond the idea of DAOs, in traditional structures, is this idea of well, what if we put in structures around voting, around what it means to participate in the system that are more formalized and less sort of normative, I suppose. And those structures sort of act as scaffolding that allows us to more easily coordinate with like a larger group because there's like processes that we can all agree on, even if we don't necessarily like know each other. And that like is the scaffolding, to Leighton's point, it's like providing that trust layer. And so historically, that was very kind of opaque. It was just like, okay, well, these people have sort of decided on these rules, and so I guess that's fine now, and now we can all abide by them. Like, we can trust these people and like the tower to decide what these things are. And like in theory, I wouldn't say necessarily in practice yet with DAOs where they are. That's sort of what we're, to Leighton's point, automating.
I would say just kind of adding on to that and thinking about the way that different DAOs, I really like the idea of trust, the trust created by smart contracts allowing for scalability, and even other tooling like just the governance mechanisms and even single token, like in Uniswap or in Compound, for instance, the creation of grants programs. So grants programs are obviously, there's a huge part, at least in those two organizations. There's a grants committee and they make assessments about projects and then they decide to fund them or to not fund them. And so there was a vote done at initial stages as to whether or not those committees should be funded. And in looking at MakerDAO too, and I know Rich could speak more to this, but as I understand it, when MakerDAO decentralized or became a DAO and maybe left the foundation world, there might be other structural pieces I'm not totally familiar with there, but some of the functions were allocated to or assigned to new organizations. And so there were just different organizations under the treasury or the DAO, however you want to state it. And so you members of the DAO, and this isn't specific to Maker, are able to make some decisions about allocating responsibility to other people. And this is potentially where the co-op structure becomes really important. As Rich mentioned, there's 400 or 500 years of exploration there. And so we appreciate that cooperatives have members, but the members don't make every single decision. They assign decisions to management. And so in that same way, we're seeing assignment of different responsibilities, sometimes to organizations and at other times to potentially individuals and DAOs.
Rich?
Sorry, I was muted. So it relates to something that Leighton was talking about earlier, where some DAOs are protocol management DAOs, and it's largely governance mechanisms around binary decision trees, basically. So we vote for this, we vote for that. Then there's engagements or creative, and the list goes on and on. But from the co-op model, that you're decentralizing or taking a committee model to a business unit. And so that's one of the ways that these more complicated, or to a business organization, that's why that some of these more complicated organizations are able to maintain themselves with more egalitarian decision-making processes, which in my mind kind of raises the question, and you triggered me with the Maker question, because as an organization becomes more and more complex, and all of its decision-making responsibilities get spun out to the community, is there an upper limit on the complexity of a DAO? Is it possible to scale, or are you sort of 3 steps past the protocol management level? Then maybe it's time to look at a firm instead, or does this group believe that the DAOs can scale?
That's interesting. That, because for me that brings up a little bit of a tension almost between where Rich is and where Leighton, Scott, and Connor are. For among Leighton, Scott, and Connor, it sort of seemed like there's an understanding that that trust didn't used to be scalable, and now it's scalable. But a little bit where Rich is coming from is, well, centralization is a great way to scale things, and because we have a background, because society has a history of centralization, scale hasn't really been the problem. We have scalable trust. There's centrally managed reputation systems. There's centrally managed currencies and centrally kind of architected, engineered market economies. And so then, so I'm curious, is there a conflict here? Is there a proposal that a decentralized scheme is ultimately more scalable than a centralized scheme? Are we challenging the scalability of centralized schemes? Or, as Rich is kind of possibly indicating, is the goal to get decentralized schemes as scalable as centralized schemes, and on top of that, expressing all the other benefits of decentralization?
Well, I was kind of hoping that Scott would jump in, because if I look at my crystal ball, Gitcoin is heading down sort of the same road. So these are the challenges staring him directly in the face. So do you have some insight, Scott?
Definitely, yeah. I think that's a fair assessment. My view would be that you have easy access to scale when you're centralized. Like it's very easy to scale, but it's simultaneously, I think, much more fragile than if you had a decentralized system, in the sense that like you don't actually have any kind of like redundancy against corruption, basically. If like that centralized authority starts acting in some way that's incorrect or against the norms or like is illegitimate or anything like that, like you run into an immediate collapse of like that system, or maybe not always immediate, but like an eventual slow decline of that system. And that's what you see in like every country where there's being a government that's being active that suddenly like doesn't really deal with the people or like have like any really connection to the people. And those sorts of situations tend to be much more damaging than if you had a system that was like slightly less scalable, but like kind of a bit more robust and a bit more like functionally accountable, I suppose. So I think there's trade-offs in those models, like between like how much executive function do you have and like how much sort of legislative function do you have and so forth. But like, I think one of the things we've learned from, and like the reason that like, I think democracies sort of are the prominent like sort of examples of governments that we have today is not because like they're perfect options. It's because like they're like kind of the least bad option and they kind of aren't great, but like they kind of work, and like we don't have a better, in my mind, option at the moment.
I think a really, Scott mentioned something which will trigger something for me, which is also in thinking about centralized systems, if you could develop partially centralized systems that have some level of checks and balances. Like we think about government, and there are 3 different branches of government, and the courts, watch Congress, and the president watches the court, executive, judicial, and congressional is the third. But can we do something similar with DAOs and the corporation? Similar thing, board members and then executives. So some level of oversight, and then shareholders as well have certain rights too. So this is something that Justine wrote about in part was when we're thinking about completely like for instance, maybe one extreme being token holders making every decision about how a treasury is used. And so instead of having a treasury management committee, which specializes in thinking really critically about every decision made, should we diversify and invest in a certain amount of stable coins and invest in a certain amount of tokens from other protocols, et cetera, you have the entire community making decisions. And so we could easily say, okay, that's not incredibly scalable. And then when we think about other functions too, like legal, for instance, if at some point you need to think about, okay, we're diversifying our treasury, what are the tax consequences of doing that? Who is the counterparty who's going to pay the IRS because they're going to be coming for us eventually? If you have, decentralized community, who is getting the memo from the lawyer? Because all of a sudden it's no longer privileged or confidential, and it could be used as evidence against you. So there are just a number of different ways that it can be very problematic to be fully decentralized in the way the world works today. So I think it would be hard to say that it's maximally efficient. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. But yeah, deal flow. Anything that requires some discretion is going to be tough in a DAO model, I believe.
So it's interesting to think about some of those kind of values-based or kind of ideological approaches to governance, but we've got some experts here in terms of actual experience of DAOing and trying to do decentralized governance. What are some of the challenges or strengths that are emerging in your personal experiences?
Not to jump in again, but one thing that actually really came up from that last comment was, it's funny because we did run into a very similar example of that problem with there was this whole Akita situation that's emerged in which, for those that aren't familiar, there's kind of this history of people giving random tokens to Vitalik. And generally it's not very favorable for Vitalik because he just gets these random tokens and then he's kind of like promoted as part of these schemes, and it becomes kind of an issue. In the Akita situation, it was kind of interesting because these original, founders of this token had dropped these, and then they had exit scammed at some point. So these other folks kind of started rallying the community and got to a point where during sort of the last peak of the market, there were just almost 100,000 people that were part of this dog token community. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because eventually Vitalik gave a bunch of these tokens to things like COVID India relief, to a lot of longevity related organizations and to us, to Gitcoin. And to Gitcoin, we got 50% of the supply of this Akita token. And it was entirely public in terms of how the community was deciding what to do with these tokens. And they originally just sort of said, well, we'll kind of sell these, like we'll be done with it. And what they didn't realize is like that decision was being made in an adversarial environment where everyone else was able to see that information. And so what that meant is that like the Akita community responded. There was a kind of prisoner's dilemma of sorts that emerged. And like we had to kind of like, the community of the DAO had to figure out like basically what does it mean to go from like a effect sort of state to a cooperative state. And eventually that happened, which was pretty cool to see in practice. But like having these sort of executive committees in place would have probably been preferable for that kind of decision. And so that's actually been something that's been formatted into the DAO structure now with these ideas of work streams and kind of like these executive bodies that can make particular decisions while still being accountable to the overall organization.
For context, Gitcoin had been a DAO for like a number of weeks when this vote was going on. And what was that treasury worth? What was the value of the Akita dog tokens?
Well, that's a tricky part because like people say like 500 million, but it was not worth that much because really the spot price of this sort of thing was not the same as the liquidity. The liquidity was very low. It was maybe in the range of 5 million, 10 million. But to your point, it's a lot of money for a DAO that like has just like come into existence to be like, how are we supposed to manage this treasury? What are we doing? And so it was certainly like, I was actually surprised that it even got to a point where it was something meaningful done with those, like given that it was like a 2-week thing. None of these, the stewards, the sort of representative democracy system that was put in place based on this retroactive distribution. And eventually the stewards who sort of roughly knew of each other through that process, but didn't really know much about each other, coordinated on this, which was kind of wild to see. But it's a very good case where executive function is needed.
Is there maybe a trade-off here? So, in a traditional business, these are decisions that happen behind in the boardroom. Nobody ever hears about it on the assembly line. But in the DAO space, have we replaced lobbying and public appeals and forum threads for committee decision or board decision? Is that because I followed the threads? They were enormously entertaining from my perspective. Sorry, Scott. When it was all happening, seeing this all play out in public in education.
I'll let Leighton jump in. I saw him put his hand up, but I would just say, like, I definitely think there's a balance between executive function and legislative function. It's a question of what that proper balance is, which is the hard question. But sorry, Leighton. Go.
I wasn't actually trying to raise my hand. I think I was doing something, but I think I was smiling because Rich, what I was honing in on what you just said was that DAOs still have a lot of back channels. Like there still is like a lot of like, oh, before I propose this, I'm going to like ask this person, or like, oh, I'm going to tell this person, like, so that's sort of what I was picking up on, Rich.
Well, I don't want to go down this road too far because there's a lot of interesting things to talk about, but that was very early on in the Maker development. It became apparent to us on the inside that at some point in the future, DAO lobbyists are going to be a thing. And I think that the ecosystem is kind of waking up to this. And I don't think that we're that far away from literal lobbyists like agencies whose job it is to get votes put through in various organizations, because it's public opinion now, and that's directly responsible. It's almost, well, I'm hesitant to say it's more effective than in traditional democracies, but we see direct financial incentives for votes to occur, and that's a very motivating force. And so lobbying, I think, is underappreciated how important that is in our space right now.
At this kind of level of abstraction, at this kind of strange mapping, the idea of lobbyists isn't going to be super different from the idea of a political party. Maybe in this metaphor, a party is just a lobby where the participants are also lobbyists. And so the literature in political science talks about how political parties exist to kind of coordinate units at different levels. And of course, there's skeptics about political parties, but there's this surprisingly large literature that's quite sort of optimistic about the importance of political parties as another kind of agent in a polycentric governance system, doing a lot of coordination work and lining up work, as well as like in the case of nation states, like a talent finding and elevating kind of role.
you've seen some engaged participants, Leighton, in your ecosystem as well, with governance token allocations with various pools as well. Did you see any sign of lobbying pulled together?
I don't think we've seen. No, I don't think we've seen it yet. Not in any formalized way. No, but I do
hierarchy
one thing
before too. If you could talk to that as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think I have like an unspoken idea that like DAOs are not hierarchical, or they shouldn't be. And I don't know if we would agree with that or not. But my finding has been that like in DAOs that are not associated with like protocols, they become very hierarchical very fast, because it's just I don't think we have a way. I haven't experienced a way to like organize people and get stuff done without hierarchy. And maybe that's just my capitalist brainwashing, but like I haven't seen it yet. So yeah, the only other comment I was going to make too is one. I think an interesting dynamic I've seen in DAOs is that almost no one votes against anything. Like it's very rare to have controversial votes, and so it creates this weird bias where sort of whoever it is, I think to like Rich's, I think Rich, you're sort of getting at this a little bit. Like there's definitely a risk factor of like the people who are just paying attention can sort of push through whatever they want, because 99% of people aren't paying attention, or maybe 10% of people are paying attention, and that 10%, they just don't want to be negative. They don't want to vote against something. So like with Pool Together, like we'll have a good debate in the forums, but when it actually comes to voting, generally speaking, it's like 99% to 1%.
This sort of gets at a subtle thing about governance and rules that is going, in my imagination, is going to represent kind of design challenges, and that's that. We kind of, especially for in the governance space, we think that rules are really important. We think of rules as the figure against the ground of possible action, especially if you have a very mechanism kind of focused view of governance. Then we define behavior in the system by defining rules. But a funny thing happened to some colleagues of mine who were doing actually ABM, so agent-based modeling of governance systems. And what they found was that, they define a sort of virtual resource and virtual behavior, virtual incentives, and then they define rules. And what they found is that rules got triggered actually very rarely, that rules were rules are just there to manage edge cases. Rules tend to be there. Rule violation and policy subtleties tend to be there for the weird things that happen. For the most part, the system kind of runs itself. People do their things under an overall framework. But the actual need for conflict resolution mechanisms, for example, is pretty rare. And I guess that's encouraging from the perspective of a community that's skeptical about the importance or the need for rules and hierarchy that wants to offer a lot of freedom to a lot of people under a trusting environment. But it's probably going to be challenging from a design perspective, because it's going to reduce the rate at which you get signal about your governance design.
Yeah. It seems like the mechanism for resolving conflict in DAOs is exiting. Like I think that's like all I've seen so far. It's like whoever ends up with the disagreement
failure in
leaves.
itself, though, right? If that's the last thing you want, isn't it? People.
Sorry, I guess I'm not saying what it should be, but I'm saying like I feel like that's the reality. Is like if it's like the people who wanted that's like Ethereum Classic and Ethereum, and Bitcoin and like ECH and like Bitcoin and like it's just like it's exiting and forking.
Okay, so you mean capital E exit as opposed to just wandering away from the table. So like wandering away from your ecosystem would be bad.
Well, I do think those happen. Just to be sure, like there's like a lack of participation is a huge problem in these systems in a lot of cases. Like I actually would note, like so far we've had like 3 contentious votes of like 6 total votes or so.
Thanks for tuning in to the first half of the discussion on governance implementation. If you want to see the rest of the panel, if you want to learn more about our panelists, or if you want to be part of our long-tail discussion on the topic, check out smartcontractresearch.org/T/621. Thanks again, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you, Rich, and everybody from SCURF and joining into that conversation about governance. It's always interesting to see how community is evolving and how communities are working. And so we're going to check in on our communities. What a crazy day. What a wonderful day we've had. But right now, I'm going to bring Rory back on, and we're going to have a check-in with the global watch parties. Everyone, I see everybody on the screen, so I'm very excited. So let's bring on Rory.
Hey, everybody. Thanks again. I think we've got about 10 plus hours in the books. We have a few more great talks and conversations to go on, so hang with us. But just to do a cut in again, we've got a fantastic community watching from all over the world. I want to start to bring some of them up right now who are having some pretty big celebrations and kind of call them out. David, if you want to maybe unmute and say hello out of Toronto, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Roy. Thanks so much for having me on. We had a great event today. We had people from disparate communities such as insurance, looking into asset tokenization, the amazing news with the Chainlink node with AccuWeather. So really exciting day and really happy to be on here. Thank you so much for letting us participate. It was a wonderful day and it only continues.
Hey, thank you so much, David. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Michael and everybody that's in Israel. I don't know what time it is there, but I think it is either very early morning or late. But shout out to everybody who's happening in Israel. We've got New York City. There's a bunch of people there. Maybe they'll make a little bit of noise. Hey, New York, shout out. Perfect. We got a great watch party in New York City going on. Want to shout out to Ben just down the road from me in Austin, Texas. Ben, everybody watching. Good.
We're at midnight.
Israel. Perfect. It's midnight in Israel. Perfect. Austin, excellent. Josh, throw me some love out of LA. Josh, how are you doing? Good. Hey.
He's looking.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, everybody. Let's bring on the next match. We got a few more people I know that are watching. So again, shout out to Toronto, Israel. It's midnight there. New York City, Austin, Texas, and LA. Thank you, everybody. Perfect. Do we have anybody else we want to bring up?
What's impressive about this Israeli group is they were on the morning check-in too.
Yeah.
So they, started a little bit later, and then they stayed, and now they're here. So big props to everybody, and everybody else too. Those of you on the West Coast getting up early, and all sorts of things there. Rory, it's been a pretty fun day for me. How about you?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think we've had some great news and announcements, which I'll kind of sum up at the end here for those of you that missed. And again, this is only day one. So we've got 2 more full days that are just as full, that are going to be just as exciting. So super excited to get there. I'll go ahead and hop off, Andy. I'll let you kind of roll it to our next thing.
All right, we've got a couple more panels for the day. I can't believe it's only day one. We've been prepping for this for a long time on the Labs team, of course. So seeing it all come to fruition is just incredibly exciting, and it's great to see the community reactions on Twitter, on socials. There's people watching on YouTube, on Hopin, of course. Don't forget to check out the Expo tab for careers and other opportunities to meet Chainlink experts for developers, and use that networking tab. Meet those people who are around the world and who are also interested in Chainlink. Hey, maybe you'll find a hackathon partner for the next hackathon and be able to join us on stage at some point. But coming up next, let's finish strong with a couple of panels. I am quite excited for this one, and I think you will be as well. This one is about Deco and off-chain data. So Lawrence Bradenbach from Chainlink Labs is going to lead this one, and I will let them take it away and tell us a lot more about Deco.
Hey everybody, my name is Lawrence. I'm the head of R&D at Chainlink Labs, and today we have a cool little fireside chat lined up where we're going to talk about the cool work we've been doing together with Teller Labs on integration of Deco. And if you don't know what Deco and Teller are, well, don't fear, you'll learn more about it in a second during this chat. Yeah, so to intro the 2 fine folks I'm doing this with, Ryan is the CEO at Teller Labs, and Fan is a professor of computer science at Duke University, and we're also fortunate to have him working with us at Chainlink Labs. Now, before we start, I also want to give credit and a shout out to a bunch of the cool folks On the research team, we've also been working on this. This is a team effort on the Chainlink Lab side. And so in particular, I want to recognize Dhruv Duplicano, Alex Coventry, of course, Ari Jules, and Siam Hussein for the awesome contributions they've made to this as well. Though unfortunately, they can't join us today for the panel. With that aside, Ryan, can you briefly introduce yourself maybe?
Hi everyone, Ryan here, founder and CEO at Teller. Teller is a consumer credit protocol, and we connect the world of off-chain consumers, data, credit with the DeFi money markets of today. Ultimately, we plan to be a developer-focused protocol that enables anyone to launch a credit-based money market. What that enables is your connection of bank accounts, FICO, employment data, in association with your DeFi history. So your interactions with Aave or Compound or Uniswap can all be used to process some type of creditworthiness and get access to a credit-like service that we plan to open up to the entirety of developers in the space.
Cool. Thanks, Ryan. And Fan, if you could also introduce yourself. You're one of the authors of the Deco paper, of course, but maybe our viewers would like to learn a little bit more about you as well.
Sure. Hi, everyone. This is Fan. So, as Lauren said, I'm an assistant professor at Duke University. I'm also been working at Chainlink for the last year and in the future as well on a number of very interesting things, including Deco. So my interest in the blockchain space is the security and the privacy of blockchain systems, and in particular, oracles is one of my research topic. Yep.
Cool. Thanks, Fan. So then maybe the first natural question we should answer here is, what is Deco actually, and what makes it unique? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Right. I think Deco solves really an age-old problem where in so many places in the society, we are forced to share way more information, often very private, than what's necessary. Deco can securely provide answers without revealing unnecessary information. For example, does Alice has enough money in her banking account without revealing the banking credential, right? Or does Bob have a good credit score without revealing his social security number, and so on? So the one unique feature of Deco is privacy. But thanks to zero-knowledge proofs, Alice can prove in zero knowledge that her banking account balance is over a threshold without revealing the exact balance. And another unique feature is that Deco taps into the existing infrastructure, and in that it doesn't require banks or the DMVs to make changes on their end. And this is an important feature because that means innovation can happen faster, right? We can be compatible with lag system rather than requiring changes on their side.
So a lot of the privacy preserving nature that Fan is talking about is going to open up access to the rest of the world of information that currently doesn't live on chain. Anything that's personally identifiable, be that in finance, be that, as Fan said, identities such as a DMV, be that healthcare, there's a lot of rich and interesting data that can be used, but currently lives absolutely outside of the blockchain ecosystem. Chainlink opens that up. And the ability for Deco to play this role in privacy without needing authentication from these middlemen or these current data repositories is a massive opening for what is going to be untapped, as what we have today as our nascent DeFi industry really starts to belly into the world of traditional finance.
So one benefit I think in particular that I think is cool about this, and that maybe you can tell us a little bit more about, Ryan, is with regard to the nature of collateral in terms of what you can do with the solution like Deco plus Teller versus what's currently happening in DeFi.
Yeah, I think let's think about the origins of DeFi, and it is the financial system that we had been promised from the get-go. It is transparent to all, accessible to all, and you truly own your money. The origins of that will start in a place that's similar to the origins of traditional finance, where traditional finance began with collateralized nature, of ways that you could say, hey, if I'm going to give you my chickens and I'm going to take a hen and I'm collateralizing to go do something with the money itself. DeFi has started that, and that's where we are with collateralization, and that's amazing for those who are already in the system. However, in order for DeFi to really service end consumers and break out of this notion of needing money to get access to capital, we need some type of form of reputation. And reputation comes from the history of data that a user can acquire over time by utilizing their interests, their activities, and their engagement in different applications. The best types of data, or the highest quality types of data in relation to DeFi, are going to be financial interactions. So that'll include your FICO score if you're in the States. That'll include your banking interactions or your mobile payments or your P2P payments in other regions in the world. And those pieces of information that you've built up over time in the traditional world should carry in somehow into the DeFi world, into the space where money can be transparent. And that's really where a lot of this innovation between Teller and Deco comes into play as we aim to lower collateral ratios in the space. One thing that's interesting to note is that the traditional world of credit doesn't necessarily work without collateral, but it works with the ability to give an individual access to capital before they have it. And I think that's the aha moment, which will happen as you see reputation coming into the space. The over-collateralized nature of today, where you need capital before getting capital, will be replaced with a world where we can give a user capital in order for them to do something with that capital, even if that capital has some type of collateral aspect in it in the backend. An example of that would be a mortgage. A mortgage has the house being used as collateral. However, the user, the borrower, doesn't necessarily have the full amount of capital to put down on the home at the start. In addition, you can think of your reputation in terms of your use of a credit card as collateral. It's just shifting the concept of what we think of collateral from being just capital today to being reputation and other world assets tomorrow. And that's what Deco can unlock in a privacy-preserving nature through applications like Teller.
Cool. Can you tell us a little bit about how that works from a technical perspective, or what is it that makes Deco uniquely able to do this here? Why, for example, don't we just put the bank account data on chain, right, and then enable Teller to do its credit scoring based on that?
Right. So, yeah, there are two really technical kind of features of Deco that enables this. The first one is to prove the data came from the authentic source, right? You can't just put the banking history data on the blockchain because the data doesn't come with digital signatures to ensure its authenticity. So a malicious prover could easily modify the data, right, to pose as a millionaire while he only has, $10 in the bank, banking account. Another important feature that is enabled by Deco is privacy, right? You want to share your transaction history to, for example, take out a loan, but in the meantime, you only want to share what is absolutely necessary. And there are solutions that enables you to share the API access to your banking account via some third-party platform, for example, but that usually reveals more information than what's needed, and that doesn't give user a full control. While Deco changes this by giving user, very specific control of which data to reveal and being able to prove the authenticity of the data at the same time.
What Fan is bringing up with user control is really prominent here. The ability for a user to opt into what data they share is a brand new paradigm that is only going to happen because we're building it from the ground up in terms of this type of technology, both in parallel with Oracle's blockchain and Deco itself. And this is going to be a revolution that changes not only finance and how users interact with finance, but every other jurisdiction where you have some type of data that the user has built up.
Yeah, I think that control aspect is very important. And I mean, one thing in particular, right? So with Deco, for example, you could prove some statement about your bank account without actually giving the credentials. So for example, the password that you need to access the account details in your online bank's API without revealing those to anybody. And And I think that's on its own already a hugely useful feature, without even yet talking about the other aspects of the zero knowledge proofs powering DECO and the even greater privacy guarantees one can provide with those. So I think we'll go a little bit more into this through the talk, anyways. So I guess my next question then would be, what types of new data are we enabling to be consumed by smart contracts here, right? So you mentioned some examples of all of this credit score data, of financial data, but are there types of data beyond that will also be unlocked by DECO?
We like to think of it in three ways. One, you have the actual data itself, and that can span many different regions. That can be banking information, credit information, social information, GitHub information. All of these different types of information are just data points on a user. Those data points become really interesting when they can be scored. So an example of a simple score would be if you take someone's Twitter follower count, and instead of taking the number itself, you apply it to a log function where you say, if someone has 1 Twitter follower, they get a score of 1. If they have 10 Twitter followers, they get a score of 2. 100 Twitter followers, a score of 3, and so on. That final score is more interesting because it tells us a higher level of information about the actual user. That simple example of Twitter can be drawn out in much more complexity to banking or credit scores. But the beauty is something of very simple arithmetic can lead to a lot of information being known without ever revealing that information, just because you have that highest point, that credit score. So the first thing that smart contracts will be enabled to consume through this partnership with DECO and Teller is credit worthiness. That's an estimation of a user's ability to repay a line of credit based on their history of the data that, as we've talked about, they themselves opt in to share. So they could be sharing their Twitter data, they could be sharing their credit data or their DeFi history. It's up to the consumer what they want to share. And we're going to say, based on the actions taken, here's a score that the smart contract can consume. The second,
cool. And what I want to emphasize there, just to make sure that's super clear, right? The only data that's revealed in the end publicly on chain is the score, not the various bits of information that went into it. And the computation of the score itself is done in a privacy-preserving manner, right? So in this case you gave, for example, the number of Twitter followers would not be revealed, and neither would be any other, say, financial information that you would input into the score.
Exactly.
But still, we can kind of implement various flexible scoring functions here, depending on the needs of, for example, Teller or the consuming protocol.
Yeah, that's a really interesting example. In addition to DeFi, I think another area that DECO can have a lot of application in is identity or decentralized identity, because DECO can bring off-chain identity data to smart contracts in a privacy-preserving and also trustworthy way. Well, so that will enable, applications even beyond the scope of DeFi and so on.
Do you have an example of such off-chain identity-related data that it will enable to be?
So any data, about that proves a certain property about somebody is a credential, right? And for example, data from government websites such as DMV could be used to prove or verify one's age and can be a age credential. Okay, and then identity can be seen as a set of such credentials, right? And the basic idea of the ID is for users to collect such credentials and form their own identity and control that identity, using the cryptographic techniques provided by, some are provided by DECO, right?
Okay, cool. Are you guys planning to do anything with the ID, Ryan?
Yes, we are. I think this idea of a self-sovereign identity will happen, and it's going to start first through reputation. An analogy I like to compare it to is at the onset of crypto, the story we used to tell was about the dark web and kind of the trade that was happening on it and Bitcoin being used. But the market sellers, the people selling into the marketplace, actually weren't trusted until there was some type of reputation built in. And I think that shows that as we want to build decentralized applications where you may not know the name of an individual and you might not know their social security, you can trust that there's some form of identity or reputation associated with it. DIDs and the Web3 standard are going to be paramount in that evolution. And the way that we start to view this digital metaverse of what we call DeFi or NFTs or DAOs today as something real. And we all have a piece of us that will be brought on chain. And that's how Teller will be using DIDs.
Okay, cool. I think this aspect of combining the various parts of off-chain data or credentials in a way that the user controls and the user can choose what they want to reveal and what not could be hugely beneficial for privacy in general. Because I mean, right now, there's some shadow profile about each and every one of us with probably a lot more data than we're even aware of, and putting that control back to the user is certainly very exciting to me. So maybe then the next point I want to go into a little bit is about DeFi, right? That's sort of the hottest game in town right now. And so I'm curious, Fan, if you could tell us a little bit more about how exactly you can see Deco being used in DeFi, and be very specific about how that would look like.
Right. I'd love to see Deco being used to unlock the value in private data, including, for example, the private financial data, while giving users full control, right? I'd encourage everyone to pay attention to all the places where, you have to reveal way more information than what's necessary, right? For example, when every contract you sign, you need to reveal a lot of information that's not necessarily directly related or necessary to making the agreement go through, including in many financial applications. Right, for example, even just showing your ID to prove your age gives somebody access to your home address. And smart contract that utilizes Deco technology gives me hope that we can move to a more trustworthy and private form of agreements sooner than many may think, because Deco, as I said, taps into the existing infrastructure, right? It doesn't require, for example, banks to make changes in order for this to work. So that's, I think, where I'd love to see Deco being used, in DeFi and in providing credit worthiness data to smart contracts in privacy preserving and the user controlled way.
I think that's a really interesting point you mentioned there as well, and I think you've mentioned it already a few times as well before, that Deco is backwards compatible, right? So all of the existing systems out there, whether they're with banks or the DMV or other institutions that are not exactly known for their agility and their fast adoption of new technologies, we can still bring into the sort of 21st century by using Deco and use the data that they provide in a privacy-preserving manner without them having to do anything, or there being a dependence on them modifying their systems for everything to work.
And I think
so. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. Yeah.
What's great is that we've shifted from a world where those backward compatible places today have just sucked up data to a place where they do want to give their users their data. And at least with GDPR, there are requirements for that to happen. So if a user wants to ask for their data, they're able to. And that data through Deco can be converted into some type of access to capital, which really starts to expand the set of how we can address capital markets, not only from the stance of DeFi and money markets on chain and how liquidity providers get rewarded, but to the flip side, which is what Fan is speaking on, where your data, as it has been built up over the past 10, 20, 30 years, now unlocks an enormous amount of value, not only for the consumer, but also for these businesses that have been holding the data to date. You can see places where the user may be monetizing their data, but the business could offer some type of credit integration or DeFi integration that is really going to unlock their entire user base to get access to that data and use the data. I think another piece to harp on is that users don't outwardly go get their data or grab their data. To date, many users who are not in the crypto space are just okay with these data storing places. So I think as DeFi becomes more embedded into these innate systems, when you see traditional fintechs integrating DeFi as a backend technology, that's when you're going to see these fintechs or big companies today become incentivized through DeFi to actually enable their users to monetize this data and give the users their data back.
And so in the end, as a user, I might not even necessarily know anymore that I'm using a DeFi-backed system. I just have a nice UX, and under the hood, it uses the DeFi system, if I'm understanding you correctly, Ryan.
And you'd be happy. DECO preserves the privacy, Teller gives you your credit, and the user walks away as if it happened in the traditional world today.
Yeah, that's a good point. Legacy compatibility is not only important for kind of fast innovation, but also important for user experiences, as you guys have been talking about. And also at the same time, it's a technical challenge. In some sense, it's easier to build a new and a flashy system without any constraints, right? If we live in an ideal world, building a new protocol would be easier. But we're not. We have to make do with existing systems over circumvent limitations in current technology. And